including a new property tax rider and 5 new schedules of rates, rules, and regulations for service. Notice of the time and place of the hearing was given as provided by law by publication in Marion County in the Indianapolis Star on September 11th, 2025. This is a newspaper of general circulation, and this publication was made at least 10 days prior to the date of the evidentiary hearing. The proof of publication of the notice has been received by the Commission and is now incorporated into the record of this cause by reference and placed in the official files of the Commission. Notice has also been given to the Indiana Office of Utility Consumer Counselor and other interested parties. May we have appearances, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. On behalf of petitioner, Indianapolis Power and Light Company, Teresa Morton Nyhart and Jeffrey M. Peabody, Taft, Satinius and Hollister, 1 Indiana Square, Indianapolis, Indiana.
Good morning. Kurt Boehm appearing on behalf of the Kroger Company. 425 Walnut Street, Suite 2400, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45202.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Please accept the appearance of Jennifer Washburn on behalf of Citizens Action Coalition of Indiana, Indianapolis, Indiana.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Barry Naum from the law firm of Spellman, Thomas & Battle, PLLC, 1100 Bent Creek Boulevard, Suite 101, Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania, appearing on behalf of Walmart, Inc.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge. On behalf of Rolls-Royce Corporation, please accept the appearance of Greg Lloyd and also Nikki Schultz of the law firm Bose McKinney & Evans, 111 Monument Circle, Suite 2700, Indianapolis, Indiana.
Thank you.
Good morning. Appearing on behalf of the intervener, the City of Indianapolis, Ann Becker with the law firm Lewis Kappas, 1 America Square, Suite 2500, Indianapolis, Indiana.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Appearing on behalf of the AESI Industrial Group, Joseph Rampala of the law firm Lewis & Kappas, 1 American Square, Suite 2500, Indianapolis, Indiana. Also, depending on how the proceedings go, you may be graced by the presence of Mr. Aaron Schmull and Ms. Emily Vlasic, also of the law firm of Lewis Kappas.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Appearing on behalf of the OUCC, Jason Haas and Adam Cashin, representing the public.
Thank you. To start out, if we would like to have all the exhibits presented initially and admitted.
For clarification, Your Honor, do you want us to go ahead and admit the testimony for the witnesses who will be taking the stand, or should we admit that when they take the stand?
We will go ahead and just admit that now.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, then, Your Honor, at this time, the petitioner would move to admit what has been marked for identification purposes as Petitioner's Exhibit 1, Ms. Davis Handy's direct testimony and attachment. Exhibit 2, Ms. Davis Handy's rebuttal testimony. Exhibit 3, Mr. Rogers' rebuttal testimony and attachment. Exhibit 4, Mr. Rogers' settlement testimony and attachments. Exhibit 5, Mr. Rogers' settlement rebuttal testimony and attachments. Exhibit 6, Mr. Ramal's direct testimony and attachments. Exhibit 7, Mr. Ramal's rebuttal testimony and attachments. Exhibit 8, Mr. Ramal's settlement testimony and attachments. Exhibit 9, Mr. Ramal's settlement rebuttal testimony. Exhibit 10, Mr. Elliott's rebuttal testimony and attachments. Exhibit 11, Mr. Elliott's settlement testimony and attachments. Exhibit 12, Mr. Elliott's settlement rebuttal testimony. Exhibit 13, Mr. Flint's direct testimony and attachment. Exhibit 14, Mr. Flint's rebuttal testimony. Exhibit 15, Mr. Flint's settlement rebuttal testimony. Exhibit 16, Mr. Holtzclaw's direct testimony and attachments. Exhibit 16C, the confidential attachments to Mr. Holtzclaw's direct testimony. Exhibit 17, Mr. Holtzclaw's rebuttal testimony. Exhibit 17C, the confidential portions of Mr. Holtzclaw's rebuttal testimony and attachment. Exhibit 18, Mr. Holtzclaw's settlement rebuttal testimony and attachment. Exhibit 19, Mr. Bramley's rebuttal testimony and attachments. Exhibit 20, Mr. Bramley's settlement rebuttal testimony and attachments. Exhibit 21, Mr. Orr's rebuttal testimony. Exhibit 22, Mr. Spanos' direct testimony and attachments. Exhibit 23, Mr. Spanos' rebuttal testimony. Exhibit 24, Mr. Spanos' settlement rebuttal testimony. Exhibit 25, Ms. Aliff's direct testimony and attachments. Exhibit 26, Ms. Aliff's adopted direct testimony and attachments. Exhibit 27, Ms. Aliff's rebuttal testimony and attachments. Exhibit 28, Mr. Bailey's direct testimony. Exhibit 29, Mr. Berry's direct testimony with attachment. Exhibit 30, Ms. Koklow's rebuttal testimony and attachment. Exhibit 31, Ms. Koklow's settlement rebuttal testimony and attachments. Exhibit 32, Ms. Quadra's rebuttal testimony. Exhibit 33, Mr. Dalton's direct testimony. Exhibit 33C, the confidential portion of Mr. Dalton's direct testimony. Exhibit 34, Mr. Dalton's rebuttal testimony and attachments. Exhibit 35, Mr. Dickerson's direct testimony and attachment. Exhibit 36, Mr. Dickerson's rebuttal testimony. Exhibit 37, Mr. Dickerson's settlement rebuttal testimony. Exhibit 38, Mr. Ellis's direct testimony and attachments. Exhibit 38C, the confidential portions of Mr. Ellis's direct testimony and attachments. Exhibit 39, Mr. Ellis's rebuttal testimony and attachments. Exhibit 39C, the confidential portions of Mr. Ellis's rebuttal testimony and attachments. Exhibit 40, Mr. Fowler's direct testimony and attachments. Exhibit 41, Mr. Fowler's rebuttal testimony and attachment. Exhibit 42, Mr. Felsenthal's rebuttal testimony and attachments. Exhibit 43, Ms. Galetsky's direct testimony and attachment. Exhibit 44, Ms. Galetsky's rebuttal testimony and attachment. Exhibit 45, Mr. Illis's direct testimony and attachments. Exhibit 46, Mr. Illis's rebuttal testimony. Exhibit 47, Mr. Illis's settlement rebuttal testimony and attachment. Exhibit 48, Mr. McKenzie's direct testimony and attachments. Exhibit 49, Mr. McKenzie's rebuttal testimony and attachments. Exhibit 50, Mr. McKenzie's settlement rebuttal testimony and attachment. Exhibit 51, Mr. Miller's direct testimony. Exhibit 51C, the confidential page for Mr. Miller's direct testimony. Exhibit 52, Mr. Miller's rebuttal testimony. Exhibit 53, Mr. Peters' direct testimony and attachments. Exhibit 53C, the confidential portions of Mr. Peters' direct testimony and attachments. Exhibit 54, Mr. Roach's direct testimony and attachments. Exhibit 55, Mr. Russo's direct testimony. Exhibit 56, Mr. Russo's rebuttal testimony. Exhibit 57, Mr. Steiner's direct testimony. Exhibit 58, the financial exhibits from the direct testimony. Exhibit 59, the rebuttal financial exhibits. Exhibit 60, the direct work papers. Exhibit 60C, the confidential direct work papers. Exhibit 61, the rebuttal work papers. Exhibit 61C, the confidential rebuttal work papers. Exhibit 62, the settlement work papers. Exhibit 62C, the confidential settlement work papers. Exhibit 63, the settlement rebuttal work papers. Exhibit 63C, the confidential settlement rebuttal work paper. Exhibit 64, the MSFRs. Exhibit 64C, the confidential portions of the MSFRs. Exhibit 65, the proofs of publication. Exhibit 66, the response to the Commission's docket entry question. Exhibit 66C, the confidential attachment to the company's docket entry response. And finally, settling parties joint Exhibit 1, which is a copy of the settlement agreement.
Thank you. Any objection, Mr. Baum?
No objection, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Washburn?
Thank you, Your Honor. While we don't object to most of these, we do join in the motion to strike filed by the Office of Utility Consumer Counselor to Petitioners Exhibit 66 and Petitioners 66C. Relatedly, we join in on their objection to the confidential treatment of such. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nam?
No objection from Walmart, thank you.
Mr. Lloyd?
No objection from Rolls-Royce.
Thank you. Ms. Becker?
No objections from the city.
Mr. Rompola?
No objection from the industrial group.
And Mr. Cashin and Haas?
Thank you, Your Honor. No objection to all of them except Petitioners Exhibit 66 and 66C, to which we filed objections.
Okay, thank you. We are going to go off record for a minute. 5-minute break. We would like to give, We would like to give petitioner a chance to respond to the motion to strike filed by the OUCC and supported by the CAC, and then also the motion or the objection to the third motion for confidentiality.
Thank you, Your Honor. Petitioner would be prepared to respond in writing by tomorrow morning, actually later tonight after I get back to the office and get it filed. We could argue it live, and we'd be prepared to do that, but we would ask, if we're going to do it live, could we do it after the presentation of the witnesses? Mr. Ramal traveled here today, and we were hoping that he would be able to return back home tonight without delay. So if we're going to our preference, we're prepared to respond very quickly in writing to both of the OUCC filings. But if you want to hear live argument, maybe we do it after the presentation of Mr. Rogers and Mr. Ramal, so as to facilitate the travel.
Any response from CAC or OUCC?
I would just want to ensure that, I guess, information related to the docket entry is not discussed until the ruling is made on whether or not the information should be amended.
And we had proposed that's really Mr. Ilias and Mr. Peters, and we had proposed to put them on tomorrow. Mr. Peters not available on Friday, so that would, I mean, Chad Rogers we identified as providing some revenue requirement information, but that was just inputs into what Dustin and David Peters did. So I think we are accomplishing your goal, Mr. Haas.
That, I guess we can work with that. I'm sorry?
Is your microphone,
Yes.
on?
Microphone is on,
Get a
sorry.
little bit closer.
We can, that's acceptable to us.
So Mr. Rogers will still testify today, but he just will not discuss the docket entry, is my understanding.
Right. And Your Honor and Commissioners, Mr. Rogers is here locally. We can bring him back.
Okay.
I'm sure he's happy about that.
We're going to have questions for Mr. Rogers on the docket entry.
Maybe we just present him for other questioning today and then bring him back when we do the docket entry. Would that be okay, Commissioner?
After the parties have had a chance to file your responses.
Yes, would that be acceptable?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Okay, so we will admit into evidence Petitioners Exhibit 1, Petitioners Exhibit 2, Petitioners Exhibit 3, Petitioners Exhibit 4, Petitioners Exhibit 5, Petitioners Exhibit 6, Petitioners Exhibit 7, Petitioners Exhibit 8, Petitioners Exhibit 9, Petitioners Exhibit 10, Petitioners Exhibit 11, Petitioners Exhibit 12, Petitioners Exhibit 13, Petitioners Exhibit 14, Petitioners Exhibit 15, Petitioners Exhibit 16, Petitioners Exhibit 16C, Petitioners Exhibit 17, Petitioners Exhibit 17C, Petitioners Exhibit 18, Petitioners Exhibit 19, Petitioners Exhibit 20, Petitioners Exhibit 21, Petitioners Exhibit 22, Petitioners Exhibit 23, Petitioners Exhibit 24, Petitioners Exhibit 25, Petitioners Exhibit 26, Petitioners Exhibit 27, Petitioners Exhibit 28, Petitioners Exhibit 29, Petitioners Exhibit 30, Petitioners Exhibit 31, Petitioners Exhibit 32, Petitioners Exhibit 33, Petitioners Exhibit 33C, Petitioners Exhibit 34, Petitioners Exhibit 35, Petitioners Exhibit 36, Petitioners Exhibit 37, Petitioners Exhibit 38, Petitioners Exhibit 38C, Petitioners Exhibit 39, Petitioners Exhibit 39C, Petitioners Exhibit 40, Petitioners Exhibit 41, Petitioners Exhibit 42, Petitioners Exhibit 43, Petitioners Exhibit 44, Petitioners Exhibit 45, Petitioners Exhibit 46, Petitioners Exhibit 47, Petitioners Exhibit 48, Petitioners Exhibit 49, Petitioners Exhibit 50, Petitioners Exhibit 51, Petitioners Exhibit 51C, Petitioner Exhibit 52, Petitioner Exhibit 53, Petitioners Exhibit 53C, Petitioners Exhibit 54, Petitioners Exhibit 55, Petitioners Exhibit 56, Petitioners Exhibit 57, Petitioners Exhibit 58, Petitioners Exhibit 59, Petitioners Exhibit 60, Petitioners Exhibit 60C, Petitioners Exhibit 61, Petitioners Exhibit 61C, Petitioners Exhibit 62, Petitioners Exhibit 62C, Petitioners Exhibit 63, Petitioners Exhibit 63C, Petitioner Exhibit 64, Petitioners Exhibit 64C, Petitioners Exhibit 65, and then we will take Petitioner Exhibit 66 under advisement, and we will take Petitioner Exhibit 66C under advisement, and then settling parties joint Exhibit 1 settlement agreement will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Kroger?
Thank you, Your Honor. Kroger originally filed the direct testimony of Jared Robertson in this proceeding. However, Mr. Robertson is no longer with the consulting firm, and we filed a motion to substitute Justin Bieber for Mr. Robertson, and he's adopted Mr. Robertson's testimony. So with that, I would move for the admission of the verified direct testimony of Justin Bieber on behalf of the Kroger Company. And that's marked as Kroger Exhibit 1.
Thank you. Any objection, petitioner?
No, Your Honor.
Any objection, Ms. Washburn?
No, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Nam?
Your Honor.
Mr. Lloyd?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Beck?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Rumpola?
No, Your Honor.
LUCC?
No objection, Your Honor.
We will admit Kroger's Exhibit Number 1 into evidence.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Washburn?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, CAC would move into the record what has been marked as CAC Exhibit 1, the public direct testimony of Mr. Inskeep, which includes a separate disc. CAC Exhibit 1C, the confidential portions of Mr. Inskeep's direct testimony. CAC Exhibit 2, the public direct testimony of Mr. Barnes, which also includes a separate disc. CAC Exhibit 2C, the confidential portions of Mr. Barnes's direct testimony, which also includes a separate disc. CAC Exhibit 3, the supplemental direct testimony of Mr. Barnes, which includes a separate disc. CAC Exhibit 4, the cross-answering testimony of Mr. Inskeep. CAC Exhibit 5, testimony in opposition to the settlement of Mr. Inskeep, which includes a separate disc. And CAC Exhibit 6, the testimony in opposition to settlement of Mr. Barnes, which includes a separate disc. And finally, CAC Exhibit 7, which is the stipulation in lieu of cross of Mr. Ramal between CAC and petitioner.
Thank you. Any objections from petitioner?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any objections from Kroger? From Walmart?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lloyd?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Becker?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Wampola?
No, Your Honor.
LUCC?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. At this time, we will admit CAC Exhibit 1 into evidence, CAC Exhibit 1C into evidence, CAC Exhibit 2 into evidence, CAC Exhibit 2C into evidence, CAC Exhibit 3 into evidence, CAC Exhibit 4, CAC Exhibit 5, and CAC Exhibit 6 into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. We also had the, and I apologize because it's not on this document, but CAC Exhibit 7, which was the stipulation of Mr. Ramal.
Thank you. And CAC Exhibit 7 is also admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Nam?
Thank you, Your Honor. Walmart moves for admission into the record of this case the verified direct testimony and attachments of Matthew T. Lyon, which has been marked as Walmart Exhibit 1, and the verified settlement testimony of Matthew T. Lyon, which has been marked as Walmart Exhibit 2.
Thank you. Any objections from petitioner?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Kroger? Ms. Washburn?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lloyd?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Becker?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Rompola?
No, Your Honor.
LUCC?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. We will admit Walmart's Exhibit Number 1 and Walmart's Exhibit Number 2 into evidence. Mr. Lloyd?
Judge Rolls-Royce offers no evidence. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Becker?
Thank you, Your Honor. The City of Indianapolis moves for the admission of 1 and 1C, which consists of the verified direct testimony and public attachments of Theodore J. Summer, and C are the confidential attachments.
Thank you. Any objections from petitioner?
No, Your Honor.
Any objections from Kroger? Ms. Washburn?
No, Your Honor.
Walmart?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lloyd?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Rumpala?
None, Your Honor.
OUCC?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. We will admit into evidence City of Indianapolis Exhibit Number 1 and City of Indianapolis Exhibit Number 1C. Thank you. Mr. Rumpala?
Thank you, Your Honor. On behalf of the Industrial Group, I would like to offer at this time Industrial Group Exhibit 1 and 1C, the verified direct testimony of Michael P. Gorman together with a confidential attachment. Exhibit 2, the verified direct testimony of Brian C. Andrews, and Industrial Group Exhibit 3, the verified direct testimony of Jessica A. York, together with attachments. A cross-answering testimony of Jessica York as Industrial Group Exhibit 4, and Industrial Group Exhibit 5, the verified settlement testimony of Michael P. Gorman. Exhibit 6, the verified settlement testimony of Jessica York. Exhibit 7, the verified settlement rebuttal testimony of Michael P. Gorman. And Exhibit 8, the verified rebuttal testimony of Jessica York.
Thank you. Any objections from petitioner?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Objection.
No, Judge.
No objection.
No objection.
Thank you. At this time, we will admit the Industrial Group's Exhibit Number 1, Industrial Group Exhibit Number 1C, Industrial Group Exhibit Number 2, Industrial Group Exhibit Number 3, Industrial Group Exhibit Number 4, Industrial Group Exhibit Number 5, Industrial Group Exhibit Number 6, Industrial Group Exhibit Number 7, and the Industrial Group Exhibit Number 8.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you. The OUCC?
Thank you, Your Honor. The OUCC moves for the entry of Public Exhibit Number 1, testimony of Brian Latham, Public Exhibit 1S, settlement opposition testimony of Mr. Latham, Public Exhibit 2, testimony of Michael Eckert, Public Exhibit 2C, confidential portions of Mr. Eckert's testimony, Public Exhibit 2S, settlement opposition testimony of Mr. Eckert, Public Exhibit Number 3, redacted testimony of OUCC witness Caleb Lantrip, Public Exhibit 3C, confidential portions of Mr. Lantrip's testimony, Public Exhibit 3S, settlement opposition testimony of Mr. Lantrip, Public Exhibit Number 4, revised testimony of OUCC witness Brittany Baker as corrected on September 30th, 2025. Public Exhibit Number 4C, confidential portions of Ms. Baker's testimony. Public Exhibit 4S, settlement opposition testimony of Ms. Baker. Public Exhibit Number 5, redacted testimony of Rupali Sanka. Public Exhibit Number 5C, confidential portions of Ms. Sanka's testimony. Public Exhibit 5S, settlement opposition testimony of Ms. Sanka. Public Exhibit Number 6, testimony of OUCC witness Derek Leader. Public Exhibit Number 7, redacted testimony of OUCC witness Patrick Kelly. Public Exhibit 7C, confidential portions of Mr. Kelly's testimony. Public Exhibit 7S, settlement opposition testimony of Mr. Kelly. Public Exhibit 7SC, confidential portions of Mr. Kelly's settlement opposition testimony. Public Exhibit Number 8, testimony of OUCC witness Lee J. Corder. Public Exhibit 8S, settlement opposition testimony of Mr. Corder. Public Exhibit 9, testimony of OUCC witness James Guerin. Public Exhibit 9S, settlement opposition testimony of Mr. Guerin. Public Exhibit 10, testimony of OUCC witness Michael Dupree. Public Exhibit 10S, settlement opposition testimony of Mr. Dupree. Public Exhibit 11, testimony of OUCC witness Ashley Bishop. And Public Exhibit 12S, supplemental customer comments.
Any objection, petitioner?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
No objection.
No, Judge.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. We will admit into evidence Public's Exhibit Number 1, Public's Exhibit Number 1S, Publix Exhibit Number 2, Publix Exhibit 2C, Publix Exhibit 2S, Publix Exhibit 3, Publix Exhibit 3C, Publix Exhibit 3S, Publix Exhibit 4, Publix Exhibit 4C, Publix Exhibit 4S, Publix Exhibit Number 5, Publix Exhibit 5C, Publix Exhibit 5S, Publix Exhibit 6, Publix Exhibit 7, Publix Exhibit 7C, Publix Exhibit 7S, Publix Exhibit 7SC, Publix Exhibit 8, Publix Exhibit 8S, Publix Exhibit 9, Publix Exhibit 9S, Publix Exhibit 10, Publix Exhibit 10S, Publix Exhibit 11, and Publix Exhibit 12S. You're welcome. Petitioner, if you'd like to proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Petitioner calls Mr. Chad Rogers to the stand.
Morning. If you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the evidence you will give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Rogers, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Chad A. Rogers, AES, Indiana, 1 Monument Circle, Indianapolis, Indiana, 46204.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am employed by AES, Indiana as the Director, Regulatory Affairs.
Now, your rebuttal, your settlement testimony, and your settlement rebuttal testimony have just been admitted to the record as petitioners exhibits 3, 4, and 5. Do you have them up on the witness stand with you?
I do.
Thank you. The exhibits that were admitted to the record include the revisions that we pre-filed in this cause. Do you have any other changes to your testimony?
I do not.
Thank you. Do you adopt the testimony set forth in petitioners exhibits 3, 4, and 5 as your sworn testimony in this cause?
Yes, I do.
Now, you're also co-sponsoring the settlement agreement, which was marked as Settling Parties Joint Exhibit 1. Is that also on the witness stand, just in case we need it?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Your Honor, the witness is tendered for cross-examination.
Thank you. Kroger, do you have any cross-examination?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Washburn?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Rogers.
Good morning.
You are the Director of Regulatory Affairs, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you cover in your rebuttal a wide reaching set of issues, is that correct? Kind of a high-level overview of some of the issues covered in the company's case in chief. Is that right?
My rebuttal responds to a variety of issues raised by the CAC and the OUCC in their testimony. Correct.
Thank you. One of those issues is the return on equity, is that right?
The overall return on equity is a subject that is covered by witness Adrian McKenzie. I do discuss in my rebuttal a response to ROE adjustments related to affordability and the company's customer billing system, but overall ROE questions are covered by the expert witness Adrian McKenzie in this case.
In your rebuttal, you defend the 10.7% ROE originally proposed by the company. Is that right?
Can you point me to where that is?
Sure. You talk about the ROE starting on page 5. And go in and talk and go through the next several pages, talking and defending, as you mentioned, a downward adjustment and the ROE proposed generally. Do you see that? I can rephrase. You're aware that you proposed a 10.7% ROE in your case in chief. Is that right?
I'm aware that witness Adrian McKenzie proposed the 10.7 ROE in our direct case.
So the company proposed a 10.7 ROE. Is that right?
Yes, as supported by our ROE expert, Adrian McKenzie.
Thank you. You're aware that that would have been among the highest ROEs in the nation as originally proposed?
I have not done that analysis.
Okay. And are you aware of, in general, the ROEs assigned by the IURC to various Indiana utilities? Do you have a general knowledge of that range?
I have a general knowledge of that range.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, we will go off record.
Thank you.
We will go back on record.
Thank you. So in your rebuttal, you do respond to CAC Exhibit 1, correct? This is page 56 of Mr. Inskeep's direct. You've reviewed CAC Exhibit 1?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So here are the ranges for which we didn't have any rebuttal as to the accuracy of these ranges. Back in 2005, do you see that, so 20 years ago, 21 years ago, Duke was awarded a 10.5 ROE. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Objection,
here.
Your Honor. This line of questioning is exceeding the scope of Mr. Rogers' pre-filed testimony in this cause. This is the subject of expert witness Adrian McKenzie's testimony.
Ms. Washburn?
Yes, I am getting to, he covered the ROE at length in his testimony. While he specifically focused in on the adjustments, I will be getting to that, but it's necessary to start with the range first and then move into the adjustment discussion.
Just to clarify, Your Honor, Mr. Rogers did not discuss the ROE analysis extensively. He responded to the OUCC claim of indifference, and he addressed the affordability and billing system adjustments. He did not discuss ROEs.
Ms. Washburn?
I'm getting to that, but again, we can't ignore what the basis of the utilities request was originally. He talked about the ROE. I'm talking about the ROE.
You can proceed, Ms. Washburn.
Thank you. Do you see the 2005 ROE of Duke at 10.5%? Mr. Rogers?
While I see that number on the graph, this graph, in my opinion, is only the ROE and ignores what Mr. Adrian McKenzie brings up in his settlement rebuttal testimony as to looking at the weighted cost of equity, which also takes into account the capital structure. And through the settlement, the settling parties agreed to a 9.75 ROE. And if I can point you to page 20 of Adrian McKenzie's testimony, he has figure AMM-2S, which shows the weighted cost of equity for AES Indiana compared to the current weighted cost of equity for the other current Indiana IOUs, in which once considering capital structure in this equation and not only the one loan ROE number, that the 9.75 settled ROE would put the weighted cost of equity for AES Indiana at 4.82, which would be the lowest of the current Indiana IOUs. So while I can agree that 20 years ago, the commission awarded Duke Energy Indiana an ROE of what appears to be 10.5, the impact on actual customers is the WACC, and the equity portion that affects the WACC also needs to take into account the capital structure of each company, which I think witness Adrian McKenzie best presents and lays out after the settlement agreement and taking into account the capital structure in that figure.
Your Honor, I'd move to strike the response after yes. And it is obvious this witness knows a lot about the return on equity. So let's get ahead of any objections as to whether or not he's able to speak on this subject.
Your Honor, I think it was appropriate for Mr. Rogers to clarify that the numbers that Ms. Washburn asked him about are not the weighted ROEs, and it's appropriate clarifications. And it's appropriate for him to clarify the foundation for his testimony, which she said was the reason she's crossing the wrong witness about ROE to begin with. So
I can move on, Your Honor.
If he wants to talk about ROE, she should talk to Mr. McKenzie.
I think we've already established that he's perfectly capable of talking at a high level about the ROE. It sounds like he can talk in detail, but I can withdraw my motion to strike and move on, Your Honor. If that's okay. Thank you. So AES, despite a 10.7% apparently not being awarded ever, or at least before 2000, or until 2005, AES thought 10.7% was an appropriate proposal for its customers to pay. Is that right?
The company's proposal on its direct case was informed by the expert witness that it relies on to propose and do ROE studies. And the result of those studies was the midpoint of Adrian McKenzie's range and was 10.7%. I will note that the settlement agreement agrees to a 9.75%.
Do you review the requests that are ultimately made in your case in chief and decide whether or not to move forward with a proposal?
I do review those, and as part of the team, take into expert advice and expert work that was done, such as Mr. McKenzie, and work with other members of the leadership team in what we will propose.
So you decided, let's go with 10.7%, correct?
I decided to trust in the expert witness who calculates ROEs professionally, and we decided to use his recommendation, yes.
So then you dropped down to 9.75%. That's a big drop, right?
I don't know. I can't opine on the size of what drop is, quote, big. That's often in the eye of the beholder. It is a drop.
Did you start high so that you could settle at a number that you actually wanted and thought was feasible?
We did not. As I mentioned, we based our proposal on the recommendation of the expert witness, which was supported by his analysis, several methods of calculating appropriate ROEs.
Can we agree that AES, in comparison to traditional utility regulation, has significantly less risk nowadays than it did 15, 20 years ago?
I haven't done that analysis and can't opine on that. There's still, there are many risks to our business, both today and 15 years ago. They may be different, but I have not analyzed the overall risk profile of the business. I believe Adrian McKenzie does a risk profile of a representative class as to what betas to use in his calculations, which adopts risk.
We have a significantly larger amount of trackers now than we did 20 years ago, correct?
I know I could speak for the company that there were a couple riders that were approved in 2 rate cases ago that were for the purpose of both kind of truing up expense. So the 2 that I'm thinking of here are capacity, revenues and expense, and also off-system sales and RTO. The use of those riders are to make sure the company is recovering its costs, no more and no less. So it also benefits customers that in years where those costs are less or more than what's in base rates, those that customers are paying a pass-through cost and not any extra. So those are the 2 that I can think of. There may be others, but I haven't analyzed what new or other riders besides those.
You now have the TDSIC tracker, the TDSIC tracker, correct?
That is correct.
And that's a significant tracker, correct?
That is a rider that provides us with more timely cost recovery and on investments made in the grid.
So before that legislation, it was the utility's responsibility to make the investments, then come to the commission and get cost recovery, correct?
I believe that's a very simplified version of what happens because there's also always equipment being retired at the same time. So as long as, so your characterization of how the TDSIC works is that there's more real-time cost recovery. And in kind of the pre-TDSIC days, I can agree with your statement that generally utilities would have to come back in if overall rate base was increasing.
So now you get to collect as you are making these expenditures. You are provided a cap, so to speak, and you are able to collect and keep collecting without having to go through reviews once you get that initial CPCN, correct?
I disagree with the characterization that there's no reviews in the TDSIC filings, where there are semi-annually filings in which stakeholders and the commission have the opportunity to review what the company's compliance to the approved plan is. So there is still review of that process.
Was the legislation to enable TDSIC a utility-led effort?
I don't know that answer.
In this case, you are using a forward-looking test year. Can you agree that that also reduces your risk?
A forward-looking test year can better align rates with the costs of the company. So I can agree that there is a better alignment between costs that the company is incurring and what customers are paying in their rates and bills. So there may be some reduction of regulatory lag related to that.
And thus reduction in risk. Is that right?
You know, I believe that that is fair to say, that there is a reduction of that regulatory lag risk by shortening the period between when investments are made and when the company is able to recover those.
Thank you. What about the phase-in of rates as proposed by AES? Does that also reduce your risk?
Can you clarify the question when you're asking these as reducing risks? Reducing risks compared to what? Can you clarify?
Compared to if you had not a phase-in, you just had the rate begin. So you have two steps here. Would you just say, would you agree generally that that reduces a utility's risk?
I think it depends on a lot of things that are the outcome of the case. While that alone may be a risk reducer, there may be other decisions in the case that could increase risk. So it kind of depends on what is kind of attached to that.
Can you give me an example of something that is increasing your risk?
So I would say if the decision in a case that uses a forward-looking test year somehow lowers the opportunity for recovery of certain costs, that is we may have a lower risk on the timing of the phase one rates, but a higher risk on being able to execute our operation plans if those two things are tied together, which I seem to believe is what you were insinuating.
But generally speaking, the opposite is true, right? That it will lower risk. What you were talking about was an exception, right?
So to clarify, what I was saying is if there are trade-offs given in the case to reduce recovery because a forward test year was used, then while the timing of the new rates in the question you asked, the phase one rates, may be a risk reducer, if there is an offsetting reduction elsewhere that accounts for that, that can place risk on the company to meeting its overall service goals.
And do you have an example of an offsetting reduction?
A lower ROE, which could make it more challenging for the company to access capital and make capital investment.
In your rebuttal defending the 10.7 ROE, page 3, line 20 to the top of page 4 of your rebuttal,
Can you repeat where I defend the 10.7%?
Well, yes, you are defending, you're talking about how the commission should not punish AES. Page 3, line 20.
Of rebuttal.
Yes, sir.
Can I ask for clarification? Are you in the regular rebuttal?
Yes, I am.
And you said, I'm sorry again, what page? What
No
line?
problem. It is page 3, line 20. And then going to the top of page 4. So you say the company has brought forth important issues and proposed what have been determined to be reasonable and necessary costs for providing safe and reliable electric service to customers. While parties can disagree on the reasonableness of the proposed positions, the act of making the proposal does not warrant punishment. To punish a utility for proposing what it believes is reasonable for providing adequate service to customers may discourage healthy discussion and necessary analysis of important topics. Do you see that?
I do see that. And I will clarify that that is not specifically related to the ROE issue alone. It is in response to the accusations that the company has been silent, indifferent, inattentive, or ambivalent in regards to affordability. And it points out that the company has brought up certain issues and items in this case for which it is seeking increases for, and the mere presentation of those issues does not equal indifference, ambivalence, silence on affordability. That we should be discussing those items, and it's not ignoring affordability.
Are customers still paying for the rate case expense from the last rate case?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. I can look it up. I believe that in that case, we agreed on an amortization period of 4 years. So in that case, that recovery would still be in customer rates.
To your earlier point about you speaking more generally on the lines that I flagged, page 3, line 20 to the top of page 4, you then bring up those same words flagged in the OUCC testimony at page 5, line 23 and 24, while talking about the ROE. Is that right?
So my testimony on page 5, QA 12, is summarizing the OUCC's position related to the punitive 30 basis point downward affordability adjustment.
Okay.
And then QA 13 is around whether I agree with the claim the OUCC made that the company's filing has been inattentive, indifferent, or ambivalent toward the affordability period, in which I respond that we have not been. We brought up issues necessary to serve customers safe, reliable electricity, which deals with some of the other pillars of the 5 pillars, and those all need to be weighed against affordability. And that is what this question is stating here.
So it seems like your testimony is that a lower ROE, here you were arguing that anything lower, than what seems that you were arguing that lowering the ROE from the case in chief 10.7%, as you say, punitive on page 5, line 5, punitive. Is that right? It's a punishment?
The OUCC's proposal was based on the low ROE that they proposed and then adding an additional 30 basis point lowering for affordability purposes. Because
Not just affordability, right? Other items that the OUCC and others had flagged related to, in particular, the billing system and the customer service issues, right? We're not just talking about affordability, we're talking about other issues when consumer parties have recommended a lower ROE. Is that right?
the 30 basis points that is discussed in QA 12 is the 30 basis points that the OUCC flagged as punishment for, and I'm paraphrasing, they may not have used the word punishment, let me restate, as due to the affordability, ignoring that they claimed the company did, which I disagree with. Then there was another 20 basis point reduction in ROE that they are proposing because of the billing system difficulties that customers have incurred. And I believe that the company and the settling parties have addressed this lower ROE by agreeing on a 9.75, and there have also been other concessions made related to the billing system that I'm happy to discuss if you would like for me to.
The 9.75%, that's what NIPSCO received in a settled case last year, is that correct?
While I do not specifically recall the amount that NIPSCO settled on, I can point to witness McKinsey's table that I referenced earlier, AMM2S, which shows that the weighted cost of equity that they had in that case is 5.74, and the company's resulting weighted cost of equity from the settlement is 4.82.
So yes, 9.75%, if you're looking at the page that I provided you for NIPSCO, is that right?
It looks like that's about where the bar is.
And Indiana American Water, I believe, was 9.65%. Do you recall that? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, and I would kind of warn that we don't look a lot. I mean, we do look for informational purposes for water and gas utilities, but because those businesses are different, I don't know as much about water and gas utilities.
Do you know for NIPSCO Electric, did they have any type of, or at least the magnitude of customer billing and customer service issues raised in their case? Are you aware of that, whether or not they had that?
I'm not sure what all of the issues in the NIPSCO case were.
You're aware that the IURC cannot issue fines except for pipeline safety. Is that right?
I do not know.
Would you agree that the IURC has considerable discretion in awarding and the return on equity?
Yes, I do admit that the commission has discretion in its decisions.
You don't think that AES should have further repercussions for the billing and customer service issues that have been ongoing?
The settlement agreement, hold on one second, let me find.
Are you looking for section 10 on page 3 of the settlement?
I was looking for where my testimony covers some of the financial concessions that the company has already made, either in its case in chief and in the settlement, which includes additional bad debt expense the company has incurred of approximately $40 million, foregone late fees that the company has incurred of approximately $7 million, and then the settlement concession to not earn a equity return on the billing system component of the ACE project, which is about $1.9 million per year that these rates are in effect, which I believe is estimated to be no fewer than 3.5 years. So that was about $7 million there as well. So the company has experienced financial consequences of the difficulties in the billing system implementation of approximately $54 million, and the billing system is now and has been operating appropriately, as discussed further by witness Orr and witness Bramley.
The $47 million, the $40 million in incremental uncollectible accounts expense, and the $7 million in foregone late fees, company didn't ask for recovery of that in this case, did you? Is that right?
No, you are correct. The company did not request that. That did have a financial impact on the company, and the company made the decision to not request any type of recovery for that.
So that's not really concession and rebuttal, right?
It's not a concession and a rebuttal. I would say it is a concession. Let me restate. It is a financial consequence that the company endured and made the decision to not file for recovery of. So it did have a financial impact on the company. But you are correct. We did not propose and and did not concede that on rebuttal or in settlement. That was something the company came into the case not asking for.
One of the issues raised by some consumer parties was high executive compensation. That was not addressed in the settlement, right?
I'm referencing just an index to where topics are in my own testimony, nothing more than that.
Thank you.
On page 33 of my settlement rebuttal, QA 38 is where I discuss that AES Indiana witness Matt Dalton addressed the OUCC's allegations of excessive executive salaries is addressed and is unfounded.
Thank you, but the settlement did not address executive compensation, correct?
Though there was a reduction to labor expense in the settlement agreement, it was not earmarked toward executive compensation, and I continue to disagree with the characterization of excessive executive compensation as discussed by witness Latham. I'm sorry, not witness Latham, witness Dalton, who supports that.
Thank you. And I don't think, use the word excessive. I used, although we did testify about that, but Just to make sure the record's clear, the settlement does not address executive compensation, correct? Just as you mentioned, the labor expense, but nothing is earmarked or addressing executive compensation. Is that right?
So the settlement was a negotiated give and take amongst the parties that participated. And though not each and every position by the OUCC or the OUCC was directly given a concession, that the overall package considers all evidence that we have seen in this case, specifically as it relates to executive compensation. As I mentioned, there was not an earmarked amount related to that. There was a labor amount, and there were several concessions, but not one specifically earmarked toward executive labor, because we believe that it is, the company believes it's reasonable and reasonably supported, and the allegations of excessive are unwarranted or unfounded.
I'm confused by your testimony, because it seems that you're saying the labor item, line item and settlement is somehow addressing the executive compensation, but are you going to earmark any of that for executive compensation, the reductions, or is that going for more of your general labor expenses?
The settlement was agreed to in whole, and as a whole consolidated package, and there was not an amount earmarked toward the executive compensation.
Is AES going to reduce executive compensation with the agreement that they made in settlement to reduce labor? Is that going towards reducing executive compensation?
I do not know that answer. I'm not part of the executive compensation committee or have the view toward that. I will say, as discussed by witness Dalton's testimony, the allegations of excessive executive compensation are unfounded and confused.
You mentioned an executive compensation committee. Who's on that?
I'm not sure.
Is President Davis Handy on that committee?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You say on page 7 and 8 of your rebuttal that, thank you, well, you criticize the OUCC for using words like excessive compensation and indifference and phantom employees. You then go on to say that these are sound bites, painting an unfair picture of the utility to the community and detracting from testimony. Do you see that bottom of page 7 of your rebuttal?
I do see that.
You then go on to seemingly assign blame to them for negative media coverage. Is that right?
Can you point me to that?
Sure. Top of page 8, line 2. You say the negative media coverage such sound bites attract can jeopardize the safety of company and commission employees working in good faith to responsibly carry out their respective obligations. Do you see that?
I do.
So are you blaming the consumer counselor for AES's negative media coverage on its billing and customer service issues?
I am not.
Okay, thank you. You go on to say that this in turn makes the work of the commission and the company more challenging and unduly burdening or interfering with cases, again on same time here. I'd like to go into this. So you knew from the beginning of your settlement negotiations that CAC and OUCC had major issues in this case, again, related to affordability, billing system, and customer service issues. So you knew from the beginning that neither OUCC and CAC would be joining a settlement, right?
I don't know that I can agree with that. I know that there was a conversation and we reached out and there wasn't an interest to the parties having those discussions. But as we move further along, we kept the OUCC, or we let folks know kind of where things were. And I think the company had hoped that it could reach a decision that all parties would be supportive of.
You say in your settlement rebuttal on page 4, lines 2 through 4, all parties were invited to join settlement discussions. Neither the OUCC nor CAC would do so. While the OUCC and CAC declined to participate, all other parties engaged in the process. Is that your testimony?
That is my testimony. Your previous question was if I knew from the beginning.
I'm sorry, beginning of the settlement discussions that we
Yeah,
would.
if I knew from the beginning of settlement discussions that the CAC and OUCC were not going to be part of it, and I did not know that at the time when I wrote this settlement rebuttal testimony, I did know that they did not. So that's the difference between the question that you're asking and the testimony.
So, again, we declined to participate from the beginning of the settlement negotiations, right?
At the beginning, you declined to participate.
And we didn't participate throughout the settlement negotiations because of the major issues we had in this particular case, right?
Correct, you did not. But I did not know that from the beginning.
Would you say that makes it more challenging and unduly burdening the proceedings to still move forward with a settlement that was going to be opposed?
Can you repeat that question?
So would you say it is, so you, in your testimony on your rebuttal, page 7 and 8, you talk about how we were making it unduly burdensome, or let's see, more challenging and unduly burdening the proceeding from the language that was in our direct testimony. Would you agree that moving forward with what you knew would be an opposed settlement was more challenging and unduly burdening the proceedings?
I don't think I agree with that. I don't agree with that. I think, being able to settle amongst part of the parties or some of the parties and address some of those issues with certain stakeholders can actually have the impact of having administrative efficiency rather than litigating every single issue with each and every party. I think he's still bringing a settlement to the commission that at least some of the parties have agreed on is not a burden to the process and can actually be more efficient.
But you had so the billing and customer service issues impacted the rate class that was impacted the most from your customer service and billing issues was the residential class. Would you agree? While some C&I were impacted, most of the impact was to your residential, correct?
I'm not the witness that's appropriate to discuss the impact of those customers. Witness Bramley he knows that information very firsthand as a subject matter expert. And since we have him in the case, my projection or kind of guess wouldn't be appropriate.
So you're not aware that it was the residential class that was mostly impacted?
That is the subject of the testimony of witness Bramley.
But you, as the Director of Regulatory Affairs, were you aware that the class most impacted was the residential class?
Objection, asked and answered.
I can't get a straight answer, Your Honor. Yes or no. I'm trying to move as expeditiously as I can through my cross, but it's been difficult.
Mr. Rogers has answered the question, so if you could just move on.
Yes, Your Honor.
And we'll give about 5 more minutes, and then we'll take a lunch break at noon.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is it true that no residential ratepayer representative is party to the settlement?
The company certainly represents and considers the needs of its customers. And the OUCC and CAC had filed its testimony in this case, so the positions known by them or expressed by them were also known in settlement. So while the OUCC and the CAC were not part of the settling parties or not in those discussions, their positions were known, and all other parties also are able and have the information and have an interest in the concerns of residential customers.
Could you please provide a yes or no answer? Were residential ratepayer advocates party to your settlement?
Objection, vague and ambiguous. I think the witness has already clarified he's seeking a definition of residential ratepayer advocates.
Ms. Washburn, if you would like to rephrase your question.
Sure. Yes, Your Honor. Does the industrial group represent residential ratepayers?
The industrial group represents a group of customers whose customers are also residential customers.
The appendix attached to their petition to intervene includes specifically named industrial customers. Those are who he represents, correct? Lewis and Kappas?
Yes, and those companies employ and have customers who are residential customers. While I can admit that his clients are corporations, but corporations are made up of people.
I'll move on. The settlement impact to residential ratepayers, the amount that ratepayers will be paying is double the increase as from the settlement agreed to by CAC, OUCC, and others in cause number 45911. Is that right? Do you know offhand?
I don't know offhand. I haven't done that comparison between those two cases.
So subject to check, the last residential rate increase in that rate case was approximately, if you look at page 7 of that final order, $9.36. Does that sound right?
Is this you said 45911?
Yes, sir.
I don't recall.
Are you aware that with this increase this increase, customers are going to be seeing in total a $19.56 average residential bill increase, excluding sales tax?
I would point you to my attachment. Hold on one second. I'm sorry, it's my work paper, AES Indiana work paper, CAR-2SR. It's a settlement rebuttal work paper, which calculates at different levels of usage for our residential customers what the bill impact would be. And on that, the Phase 2 rate impact from this rate case is about 6.4%, which is about $10.
I have
Wait, hold on one second. I'm sorry. It's about 6.41% caused by this case. There are other existing riders that will live on beyond this case that are for pre-approved projects, but the increase caused by this rate case is about 6.41% over both phases.
And when you include the riders, it's $19.56. Does that sound about right? Or a 14.6% average residential bill increase?
Sorry, there are a lot of numbers in this case. I don't see that number on what I'm describing. The number that I see is if we are comparing back to when we filed this case in May, that it's about a 15% increase from May 2025 out to January of 2027, inclusive of the existing riders. And of that 15%, about 6.4 is due to this rate, this base rate increase.
Okay.
That the rest will occur even if this case wasn't happening.
Right. So, so customers between those dates you were just saying will experience, if granted this with the settlement, approximately a $19.56 monthly bill increase, right? Including the riders, as you discussed.
I can't confirm that 19. Can you point me to a work paper where that is?
I can, Your Honor. I know that you mentioned wanting to break.
Yes, so if we could break now, we'll take an hour lunch, be back here at 1 o'clock and start again. We'll go off record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon.
Please enter the appearance of Emily Vlasic of the law firm Lewis Kappas for the Industrial Group.
Thank you. Ms. Washburn, if you'd like to proceed.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Rogers.
Hi.
When we left, we were talking about the amount of the increase for residential customers. I want to pivot now. I did have a question about, there have been, I have a news article if you need me to refresh your memory, but news articles about BlackRock, the potential of sales of AES to BlackRock. Are you aware of that?
I believe I've read the similar article that you're referring to.
Okay. Can you update us on the status of that?
I cannot. I have no knowledge beyond that other than what I have read in the media. My understanding is that that is something that is was media reports of investors at the AES Corp level, and I have no further knowledge about that at all, other than what I've read, like the rest of the public.
Okay. Was that any part of the motivation for the timing of this rate case?
I do not believe so. I believe that this case, if I have my memory correct, that news or the media report came out, I believe, like in fall or October-ish of 2024, and this case was filed well before that.
Okay, thank you. Pivoting now, I want to focus in again on residential customers. AES witnesses testified that the biggest decrease between case in chief and settlement was provided to residential, but is it true that we also were assigned the highest increase?
I believe that that depends on how you calculate it, whether it's in a dollar amount or a percentage amount. Witness Ramal, who is our rate-making expert, can talk more about the details of that. After reviewing his testimony, my understanding is that the increase for residential customers was primarily related to reductions or mitigations in subsidy that is embedded in our current rates that is provided to residential customers from other classes. And in this case, we sought to reduce that by about 15%. But as far as the figures and the changes, Witness Ramal is the witness that covers those.
And that is AES's position, right? The OUCC and CAC, we brought up issues and concerns claiming there are flaws in the cost of service study. Do you know that?
I'm generally aware that there were some issues and concerns related to the cost of service study, but what I had mentioned is AES Indiana's position.
Okay. And I can point you to the page number. It's your settlement agreement attachment B, page 3 of 3, but it shows that residential was assigned to the largest absolute increase of $54 million. Does that ring a bell?
Which attachment?
Attachment B, page 3 of 3.
Which column?
Column Z. Column AA. So out of the 90 million, 54 million was assigned to the residential class. Do you see that?
I do see that, and if you go over to column AD, the total mitigation provided to the residential class is about 41 million. So that is mitigation provided by other customer classes to the revenue requirement that the cost of service study indicated was attributable to residential customers.
Thank you. And again, that was AES's position on the cost of service study that we took issue with. Is that right?
That was AES Indiana's position on the cost of service study.
And residential was assigned the largest percentage increase at 6.51%. Is that right?
Residential, the result of the mitigation did result in residential having a 6.51% increase after the mitigation. And again, I do want to stress that Witness Rimmel is the subject matter expert on the cost of service and the rate design, though I do review it.
Thank you. And then the large CNI were at 3.72% increase and small CNI at 2.97%. Is that right?
That is correct. After the mitigation steps to reduce the subsidy provided to the residential class, the result of that was, as you see there on settling parties joint Exhibit 1, the settlement agreement attachment B, column AB.
Thank you. Pivoting slightly, I do want to talk high level about rate design. So AES did decide in the settlement to maintain the fixed customer charge as it is. Is that correct for residential?
Objection, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope of Mr. Rogers' testimony. We have our expert witness, Vicki Ramal, here to talk about rate design.
Ms. Washburn?
Your Honor, Mr. Rogers sponsors the settlement agreement. I'm asking him questions about a very high level. There's no detail here that we'll be getting into.
You may proceed.
Thank you. The fixed customer charge was addressed in the settlement, is that right?
It was, and that is subject to Mr. Ramal's testimony. He also filed testimony on the settlement rate design issues.
Thank you. The declining block rate for the variable energy charge, that was not addressed by the settlement. Is that right?
Your Honor, objection. This line across is beyond the scope of Mr. Rogers' testimony. This settlement agreement is sponsored by multiple witnesses. This part of the settlement agreement is supported by witness Ramal.
Ms. Washburn?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe I did see a reference to rate design in Mr. Rogers' testimony. Again, it's just high level. He talks at length about the settlement agreement. I'm just asking what's in there and what's not in there.
You can proceed.
Thank you. Was the declining block rate addressed in the settlement agreement?
I'm not sure what you mean by addressed in the company's settlement agreement. Rate design, which is supported by witness Ramal, continues to include declining block rates, and his testimony discusses why that is appropriate.
Thank you. And declining block rates, just at a high level, that means that at lower usage, 325, or at lower usage, residential customers are paying more on a per unit basis versus higher usage. Is that right?
I first disagree with the characterization that you can have a discussion on declining block rates that are high level. And because of the intricacies and the details around why those are appropriate, I would point you to the witness in this case that addresses it, which is our rate design witness, Mr. Ramal.
Do you know what declining block rates are?
I generally have an understanding of what they are.
Could you please tell me what they are?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this ongoing line of cross-examination that exceeds the scope of this witness's testimony. We have an expert witness who traveled here today to support the cost of service and rate design, including the declining block. And Mr. Ramal's settlement rebuttal very specifically responds to the concerns raised about the declining block rate. This is a subject for cross-examination of Mr. Ramal. I would ask that cross-examination be addressed to the appropriate witness. Otherwise, the company is prejudiced because it doesn't have the ability to ask redirect.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Rogers talks ad nauseum about affordability issues. It's CAC's position that the declining block rate and the design is antithesis to affordability. It is, and I am trying to talk at a high level. He's a policy witness about declining block rates. He knows what they are. He talks about affordability, mentions it multiple times throughout his testimony. And I'm talking very high level, and if he, to the extent he doesn't know a question, and he absolutely, I will move on, but he understands the basics here. And he's the policy witness that's signing off on the ultimate positions that the company signs off on and settles on.
You can proceed.
Thank you.
My understanding is that a declining block rate pricing structure is the type of pricing structure that is attempted to best mirror the fact that incremental cost to produce is lower for the next incremental unit.
Okay, thank you. So in layman's terms, it is giving a discount to higher users on a per unit basis. Is that right?
I disagree that that is characterized as a discount. As I mentioned, it is an attempt to price a product in a way that reflects that an incremental cost to produce is diminishing cost to produce a unit based on higher volume.
It is a lower, you have a couple levels, correct? The folks who are consuming more, they are paying a lower cost per unit than the folks who are consuming less. Is that generally correct?
As generally, yes, because as a customer uses more, the incrementally more product, or KWH in this instance, has a lower cost to produce.
According to the company, is that right?
Yes, an additional KWH is lower cost to produce than the first KWH.
Rate designs generally are revenue neutral item for utilities. Is that right? You know, you have the pot of money that you need. It is then divvied up and assigned different rates to collect the money. So is that right, that is it right to characterize it as a revenue neutral item, rate design?
don't believe that characterization is accurate because the revenue that the company actually will collect on its bills for service are dependent on billing determinants such as usage, number of customers, and for business customers, demand. So the way that this gets priced is important, and it can have impacts that are not revenue neutral, as you mentioned.
But regardless of the rate design, you will still be collecting X amount of revenue, right?
I disagree with that. Rate design can impact how much revenue the company is able to collect, and I would point you to Vicki Ramal's testimony as to why rate design is important in the company's ability to actually collect the revenues that it intends to.
Could it impact revenue in terms of incentivizing customers to use more electricity by having higher fixed charges and declining block rates?
Can you mention that, or I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Could it impact the total revenue that AES is collecting in terms of incentivizing customers to use more electricity? In terms of the price signals that you're providing to customers?
So if you're asking if we charge more for usage in high usage months, if that can have a impact of impacting customers, yes, it can. It can impact them very much in high bills during those months, and then it could also incentivize even more conservation.
I'm sorry, I'm not talking about like peak pricing, which I think you're referring to. I'm referring to standard monthly bill rate design and the price signals it's providing to customers when using declining block rates.
My understanding of your question is, does declining block rates reduce a price signal? And I'm assuming you mean compared to not declining block rates. And what I'm saying is yes, because not declining block rates pushes revenue recovery to customers who use more, which can have a more detrimental impact on their bills in high usage months, and therefore can incentivize them more to conserve, but can also have a compounding impact during high usage months on their bills. And that is aside from the cost causation principles as to why declining block rate is appropriate, discussed by witness Vicki Ramal.
So your concern is about the high usage customers, right?
My concern is to properly price the service we provide, and that is where we rely on Vicki Ramal to help us do that. And he goes into detail as to why declining block rates is, on a cost causation principle, a good way to price. What I am pointing out here is an impact on not having declining block rates in high usage months, such as we are incurring right now, if non-declining block rates or inclining block rates, which have been mentioned by certain parties, that could have during high usage months on our customers.
But again, you're talking about high usage. So on a normal month, in a normal month, with normal, normal weather, declining block rates will incentivize it will incentivize high usage customers, right? They're getting a discount at the high use.
I disagree that they're getting a discount because a discount connotates that they are paying less than what it costs to produce.
I'm sorry, they're paying a lower amount.
They are paying an incremental lower amount on that next KWH that they purchase because the cost to produce it is less.
According to the company. Okay, thank you. We can move on. So we talked a bit about, you're the Director of Regulatory Affairs and have signed off on the direction in this case. We talked about, you participated in the 45911 settlement negotiations, right?
I first want to kind of correct what you said before. I'm not the signer on the overall policy that the company goes into. That is decided by a leadership team, and it is also informed by our expert witnesses.
But
But
you
I
weigh
did
in.
I did have a role in the 45911 case.
Thank you. So you recall from that case, CAC was a signatory, right?
I recall.
And part of that was a study for a multifamily rate, right?
It was.
Were any stakeholders involved in the development of the multifamily study presented in this case?
Objection, Your Honor. That's beyond the scope of Mr. Rogers' testimony. This is the subject of Mr. Ramal's testimony.
Ms. Washburn?
I'm just asking if he knows or not.
I believe yes, but Mr. Ramal is in a better position to confirm that.
You're saying stakeholders were involved in the development of the development, not the presentation of the results?
I believe so, but I would defer to Mr. Ramal for that.
So there was a lot of testimony in this case opposing CAC's proposal for a discount to multifamily units. You're aware of that, right?
Can you repeat the question?
That the company spent a lot of effort. The company had a lot of testimony devoted to the opposition of CAC's multifamily rate proposal. Is that right?
I can't confirm or deny whether it was a lot.
But you were opposed to the proposal for a lower fixed charge of $11 for multifamily units.
Yes, and I believe Mr. Ramal covers that in his testimony.
At a high level, in your experience, is it more expensive to serve 100 large houses or one building with 100 units?
Objection, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope of Mr. Rogers' testimony. It's not a high-level question. Mr. Ramal is here in the room, ready to testify about Mr. Ramal's expertise and the specific testimony that he presented throughout this case on the multifamily rate issue.
Ms. Washburn?
It's just a yes or no question. If he doesn't know, he can defer to Mr. Ramal.
Your Honor, if I may, allowing continued line of cross-examinations to get out theme points and questions to the wrong witness is still beyond the scope of proper cross-examination.
I can move on, Your Honor. We are in a cold snap, correct?
Yes.
I read that AES suspended disconnections. Is that right? During this time?
Yes, I believe for this week due to the cold.
Does AES have a policy for suspending disconnections when the temperature is forecasted below or above a certain temperature?
My understanding is that it does, and Mr. Bramley knows the most about that policy.
Okay. Did the company reconnect those who have been disconnected due to non-pay during these temperatures?
I don't know that answer, but Mr. Bramley might.
As part of leadership for the company, would you commit to doing things like that, to reconnecting individuals' homes when they are disconnected, when we're having dangerous weather? Is that a commitment that you can make?
I'm confused by the question because 2 questions ago you asked if we suspended disconnects during this time period, and I answered my understanding was affirmative, so I'm not sure what you're referencing.
Let me clarify. Reconnecting those who have already been disconnected. So if they were disconnected last Wednesday, for example, did you reconnect them and they were still without power? Did you reconnect them once the dangerous temperatures hit?
I'm not sure. Witness Bramley would know that answer.
Okay. Would you agree that that would be a good policy for the utility company to do so?
I'm not in a position to make that decision on my own on the stand. That would be a type of decision that the leadership team from the company would gather and discuss what the appropriate thing to do there is and consider the impact of all of that.
And do you have an opinion about whether or not we should reconnect those who have been disconnected during these dangerous temperatures?
I don't at this time without knowing what the repercussions are. I know that sometimes we do have to be careful when we automatically reconnect someone because of appliances and so forth in their house, and how actually we would carry that out with notifications and so forth. So I'm not in a position to have the opinion on that.
AES has smart meters now, correct?
We have AMI meters, yes.
And ratepayers paid for that, correct?
Those meters are included in the revenue requirement in the most recent rate case, 45911.
And that allows the company to push a button and reconnect people during dangerous temperatures, right?
I believe so. Using the term push a button, loosely, I can agree with that.
Sure, understood. Thanks. The settlement calls for no new rate case until 2030. Are you aware of that?
Just to clarify, so yes, with clarification, the company has agreed that it would not implement new basic rates and charges any sooner than the beginning of 2030.
And what happens if a data center is added between 2027 and 2030?
If a large load data center type customer is brought into the need for service and into our customer base, before that period of time, the company will file the required filings to serve that customer. If that customer served under a customer-specific contract for the rate, we would make that filing along with the filing for the approval of any necessary transmission and generation investment to do so, and also make requests related to the appropriate rate treatment and cost recovery treatment in that.
And AES filed its IRP on October 31st of 2025. Are you aware of that?
It did submit its IRP then, yes.
And there was data center load in that IRP, right?
The company in that IRP took a position at looking at a variety of futures, one without any new data center load, one with like a low, medium, and high, so that if large loads decide to locate to our service territory, we have a, we've analyzed those different scenarios, and so there are all of those in the IRP.
So you had 2 reference cases, and one had data center load and one didn't, as kind of your base reference case. Is that right? Does that ring a bell?
I'm not the expert in the IRP. I have knowledge of it. My understanding was that it wasn't like what you described, that we had all of our several different scenarios of different futures, and for each of those, we ran a no data center, low data center, mid data center, and high data center case for each of those.
If a data center does come before this 2030 rate case time period and is not part of the test year, if you use a 2031 test year, for example, can AES commit to giving a bill credit to residential to the extent it's applicable?
I'm not sure exactly what type of bill credit you're referencing here. Can you?
Sure. If the data center load impacts AES's revenues, where will that money go? Will AES keep it all, or will customers see a benefit?
So it is the company's position that if or when a new data center comes into our service territory, they will pay their entire cost to serve, and there will be customer protections to prevent customers from being adversely affected. The reason why I hesitated on providing an affirmative answer to whether that results in an actual credit, that could happen in several ways. It could happen within some of our existing trackers, or it could happen in a future rate case, such as 2030, as we mentioned, where the new customers are considered as part of our overall customer base, and rate design includes them in that. So that would have an impact of downwardly impacting overall rates versus where they may be if we are able to get a large load customer to help share in the fixed cost spread.
What if a data center comes in 2027? How will the revenue get passed back to customers?
We will file and present that if and when that happens. We have general thoughts on it, but as it relates to this case, we don't have a proposal until we know more about the details of what may come to fruition. But we certainly would cover that in a filing with the commission to get that approved.
There's been a lot of talk given the legislation about this 80%, 20% split. Can AES commit that any new generation or any generation asset built to serve data centers, that 80% would be assigned to that data center, the cost of that?
What I can say is we will definitely follow the law, the 1007 legislation. We will definitely follow that. What that looks like in a hypothetical future case, I think is best decided in the context of that case, but we do certainly intend to implement that 80% rule if that's where we file under, which.
You mentioned some customer protections. Can AES commit that data centers will be held responsible for any stranded assets that may occur? So if generation is built to serve them and they leave before the generation is paid for, will the data centers be assigned and covering that stranded asset?
I know there will be customer protections related to the term or the duration, but I can't at this time address whether they would be on the hook for the entire future of the plant, especially to the extent that if there is investment that serves all customers, that all customers would appropriately get that cost to serve. I'm talking out in the future, so I can't comment on what happens, way out in the future.
We see a lot of special contracts that say, that the entity would pay the incremental payment towards fixed costs. But given that this would be a data center as a hyperload, right? Do you envision that they would be paying the full cost of service, not just the incremental?
Yes, our position is that all customers should pay their full cost to serve.
Thank you. I believe you were at AES during the 44576 and 44602 cases, one of IPL's prior rate cases, and then the investigation into the downtown business district infrastructure and the manhole cover situation. Do you recall that?
I do recall that time.
And you're aware, subject to check, that the IURC lowered the ROE by 15 basis points, quote, to provide an appropriate message to IPL management. Do you remember that?
I do generally recall that order.
And then in 2023, we had a storm investigation that was ongoing at the same time as the last rate case. Do you recall that it was 45917?
I do.
Okay. And that was a situation where we had the derecho storm, and some customers were without power for 5 days or so. Do you remember that?
I can't confirm the specifics on that. I believe that there was an order on that. I don't have that in front of me. If you could provide it, then I could opine.
I can. Yes, it was dismissed after the rate case was settled. Does that ring a bell?
It does, but I just can't recall the specifics into what rationale.
Okay, that's fine.
But I can look at that order.
I don't need to ask specifics, but thank you for confirming. So in this present case, and in the past couple of years, we've had these situations concerning the customer information system and the response of the customer service team. You recall that?
Can you repeat your question?
Sure.
I know that we are currently filing compliance filings onto the status of the billing system and what, how those things are, how all of the, how the issues with that have been closed, but I'm not sure I caught the second part of what you were saying there.
Oh, that there were customer service issues raised in this case in terms of the response to that activity.
Yes, and I believe Witness Bramley and Witness Orr address the status and the information there.
Do you know, were customers, did they receive any interest for the money that was within the AES held before it was refunded?
I don't know the answer to that question. Mr. Bramley's the appropriate witness to ask that of.
Okay. And there's not been an investigation into this situation, right? Just the compliance filings?
There are the compliance filings. The company also performed root cause analysis and has also provided that to stakeholders and the commission.
Thank you. In November 2025, we also, and this was after AES said that the CIS system was in stabilization mode. There was an issue between September 2024 and November 2025 with deposits. Are you aware of that?
I do recall, and Witness Bramley knows all the specifics on the issue with the deposits and how that was quickly rectified.
And that was about 9,000. Is that 9,000 customers impacted? Is that right?
You'd have to ask him that.
Okay.
He would know that.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, we'll go off record.
Sorry, I put it in here. I can try and get by without the exhibit. We can go back on.
We'll go back on record.
Are you aware that that customers have received notice that in March 2026, they will be required to unenroll and then re-enroll into auto pay, or else they will be provided a bill by mail? Do you know that?
No, I don't know that. Witness Bramley and Orr could opine on that.
Okay, so you're not aware that there are more changes coming to customers in the way in which they need to pay by March 2026?
I'm not, it sounded based on what you said that they could still stay on auto pay.
If they unenroll and then re-enroll via the app. So that doesn't ring a bell to you?
Not to me.
Okay, and they also,
I'm not denying it. I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah.
not aware of it.
no, I appreciate that. And they are also not accepting credit cards. You will have to link your bank account. Are you aware of that?
I'm not, I cannot deny or confirm that.
Okay.
Witness Bramley and Witness Orr would be able to.
And I will address that with them, but assuming that, can the company commit to a grace period, a time period by which they will suspend disconnections during that time, since it is another change for customers to pay their bills?
As I was unaware of the last two questions, I'm certainly not in a position to agree to that on the stand right now. You would have to talk to Witness Bramley and Orr, and I can take that to the leadership team, and we can discuss and provide a recommendation on that. Outside of the rate case, but just in general with your organization.
Thank you. Just generally speaking, on the processes for payments, would you agree that we need to have a time period where things are not changing for a while to make sure we get all the kinks worked out with billing and customer service and whatnot?
If you're asking me if I believe that we need a time of stabilization, I believe that if you talk to Witness Orr and Bramley on that, we believe we've reached stabilization. And I know that there are future enhancements planned for customer systems to improve the experience for customers. And I'm not sure I can, agree that something that could benefit customers should be put off.
But we did just have this situation with the deposits this fall, right? And that was post the stabilization period, right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. May I have one moment, please, Your Honor?
Yes, we will go off record.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. I have no further questions. Appreciate your time.
We need to go back on record, sorry. We'll go back on record.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. I have no further questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Walmart,
Walmart has no cross, Your Honor.
thank you. Mr. Lloyd,
Rolls-Royce has no cross.
thank you. Ms. Becker,
The city has no cross, Your Honor.
Ms. Velasquez,
The industrial group has no cross.
OUCC,
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we start, I would like to ask Your Honor to, that in the future during proceedings, that witnesses do not talk with their counsel or counsel of any
during
signatory party.
during breaks.
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
You're okay.
I'm aware of that practice. Counsel for the company is aware of that practice before the commission, and we have abided by that as we sit here today, just for clarification purposes.
Thank you for that clarification. If the OUCC would like to proceed with Cross?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Rogers. Fortunately, Jennifer covered some of what I wanted to address, so that'll reduce our time. But I wanted to talk about, first, starting off a couple of questions that were raised by Ms. Washburn. You stated earlier that the company was aware of the concerns of residential ratepayers. As the Director of Regulatory Affairs, is your duty to the company or to residential ratepayers?
I believe our duty to all of our employees at AES Indiana is to our customers and to the company, both.
And based on your earlier response, do you also believe that the representatives of the industrial group would represent interests other than their industrial members?
Can you restate that question?
Is it your belief that the representatives of the industrial group would advocate for interests other than their industrial members?
That is not my testimony.
We'll move on.
I would like to add that I believe the interest of all of their members are also their customers as well.
Your Honor, I would move to strike. I had moved on from that question.
And I think it was an appropriate clarification because Mr. Haas was asking for the witness's belief. He should be able to clarify what his belief is.
Okay, we will deny the motion to strike.
Ms. Washburn also discussed various trackers that AES has and the reduced risk to AES. Looking at your tariff, I see that there's a TDSIC tracker, fuel adjustment, environmental compliance, cost recovery adjustment, demand-side management adjustment, capacity adjustment, off-system sales margin adjustment, and regional transmission organization adjustment. Is that your understanding, that those are the trackers under which AES operates?
I can agree that those are the riders that we have, and I can explain how a few of those differ from each other.
I'm not asking if they differ, but in these riders that come before the commission, is AES able to periodically update and recover amounts related to these issues outside of a rate case? Is that correct?
Yes, these riders allow the company to collect or credit between rate cases appropriate costs that have been allowed either by statute or in those riders.
Thank you. If you could refer to your settlement rebuttal testimony on page 6, starting on line 9. You compare the bill impact of AES Indiana's bills to the bills of other utilities, and you have a discussion there on that. Is it your belief that part of the public interest analysis in this case should include what the bills are compared to other electric IOUs?
I believe that's one data point that the company and stakeholders and its regulator can use to assess affordability. That's one. It's not the only, and others. Witness Elliott also looks at affordability in a different way, but it's something that we do quite often to see where we're at compared to other utilities in the state.
please refer on the next page of your testimony, page 7, lines 9 through 10, where you state the commission's role is not to focus on the public alone and is not supposed to be antagonistic towards the utility. Do you see that?
I do see that. That's a reference back to my rebuttal testimony, which I would like to turn to real quick to see the genesis of that. My rebuttal testimony, page 8.
And going back to your rebuttal testimony, the emphasis of the statutory purpose there is adequate service by the utility at the least cost to the customer?
I'm sorry, can you restate that statement?
In your rebuttal testimony that you're looking at as part of the quote that you referenced, it mentions that the statutory purpose is adequate service by the utility at the least cost to the consumer.
Yeah, I see those words.
Do you believe that the commission at any point in this case has acted in a manner antagonistic towards the utility?
I do not.
Do you believe that the commission at any point in this case has acted in a manner indicating it does not understand that its role is to not focus on the public alone and to balance the interests of all parties and affected ratepayers?
The commission has not demonstrated that. I've seen, this was to clarify that the overwhelmingly public discussion from the field hearings are one side, and the other parties' testimony in this are one side, but there is also the need by the company for the rate increase to continue to provide safe, adequate, reliable service that also needs to be considered. This was not a reaction to anything that the commission had done to show that it was not.
Do you believe that the commission, after evaluating all the evidence and considering the public interest, could reasonably reach a conclusion that all or some of the settlement agreement is unreasonable and should not be approved as presented?
The commission could certainly do that. That I do not claim to say what the commission can and cannot do. They have broad authority. My testimony is to support why we believe, and the settling parties believe, that the settlement agreement is in the public interest and also adequately addresses issues in this case.
Do you believe that the commission, after evaluating all the evidence and considering the public interest and concluding that all or some of the proposed settlement agreement is unreasonable and should not be approved, would that be considered acting antagonistic toward the utility?
No, it would not be. This statement in my testimony is discussing the rhetoric, sound bites, and so forth that the other parties in this case have brought up, and is not geared toward anything the commission has, can, or will do. They certainly have that authority.
So in that same situation, do you think they would be acting towards the public alone? If after considering all the evidence, the commission decided that some or all of the settlement agreement should not be approved? You don't feel that, you don't think that they would be acting towards the public alone?
I believe that it all depends on, what's in the order and what the rationale is. I don't believe so. I don't believe that they would be acting in the public alone. They have seen all the evidence provided in this case, and I trust that they will consider all of it.
Let's turn to rate case expenses. On page 20 of your settlement rebuttal testimony, you reference the OUCC's request to share rate cases is contrary to both recent and longstanding commission practice.
Yes, I see that on line 13.
Are you aware of any statute, rule, GAO, or other regulation that directly address the recovery of rate case expenses?
No, I'm aware of the past practice, but I'm not aware of the specific GAO or anything like that.
In your next sentence, you state the OUCC seeks to treat AES Indiana differently from other large public utilities in the state. You see that in your testimony?
I do. I'm not aware of where that sharing has been done, ordered by the commission in any other case.
Does that statement mean that you believe that if the commission finds rate case expense sharing reasonable, the OUCC would treat to seek AES differently by not pursuing rate case sharing in other cases?
I apologize in advance. I don't understand the question. Can you re-ask it? There was a bit of a negative in there, and I want to make sure I get it right.
Let's move on. You are aware that the OUCC has requested in previous rate cases to request the sharing of rate case expenses. Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that. I'm not denying it. I'm not aware of it.
Okay. Is it correct that shareholders benefit from rate cases?
That's an interesting question. I don't know.
Rating agencies and equity analysts evaluate companies. You understand that?
I do.
And they analyze that rate cases allow these companies to adjust their returns. You also understand that? Their returns.
Yeah, I do understand that.
So do you believe that shareholders would see rate cases as positive to enhance their returns if they invest in a company?
I think it depends on the details of the case. If the case is an ROE reduction and returns are lowered, that may not benefit shareholders. So I can't agree, fully stated that all rate cases benefit shareholders.
In recent press releases, AES Corporation, the corporate parent, emphasized that rate-based growth at the company's U.S. utilities, rate-based growth at the company's utilities and normalized results. Let's see. Sorry. The AES Corporation discussed rate-based growth and also listed the this rate case, as a strategic accomplishment. Are you aware of that? This was in the testimony of Brittany Baker, where she referenced. This was in the testimony of Brittany Baker. She referenced these press releases. Are you aware of those?
I read her testimony and I saw those, yes.
Does the AES Corporation consider this rate case a strategic accomplishment?
I believe what this rate case can provide is, certainty over the company's rates going forward, the base rates until at least 2030. And I think that provides some clarity to the company. As for our parent company, I cannot speak for what they view as positive or negative or successful about this rate case.
So this rate case provides certainty going forward. Would you agree that it provides certainty for investors? I mean, investors will now know what the status quo is going forward.
It can provide some certainty for investors.
All right. Let's move on to the timing of the amortization expense.
Okay.
Under the settlement agreement, there are certain finite amounts that will be amortized over 3 years as proposed in the rate case, and now 4 years under the settlement agreement. Do you agree with that?
I do agree with that, which I believe also lines up with our ability to come back for no sooner than that next 2030 rate case.
And thank you for bringing up that point. I just wanted to make a clarification. The settlement agreement states that new base rates will not be implemented before January 1st, 2030.
That is correct.
So AES could come in for a rate case in 2029 for the rates to be implemented January 1st of the next year.
Yes, that is a very good clarifying point. The agreement was base rates would not be implemented before January 1, 2030. You are correct.
So, okay. And to clarify your testimony, you quote Ms. Aliff on page 22 of your settlement rebuttal, and continuing on to page 23, that reducing base rates to account for the end of amortization is not sound rate-making practice.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. Your Honor, can we go off the record for a moment?
Yes, we'll go off the record.
I want to ask the witness to look at one of the financial exhibits, but it's on the computer. How do you want to do
I
that?
think I have those.
You have? Okay.
Do you know if it?
It would be RB8 WP2.
So, not,
No,
the financial exhibits were printed out, and we did put them in the record, not the work papers, but not on CD. So I think we could just give RB. There's the,
It doesn't matter, I'm just using it as an illustration. Yes.
the settlement, yeah, version.
Well, it doesn't matter.
You want to go to,
It's just
That's fine, just-
showing how expenses are amortized. I think
You
it's
wanna
just
go
a
to
good
R-
example.
you want to go to RB something or other, which one?
It's RB8, WP2.
Yeah, so 5859 is going to be a printout of the schedule, so it's not going to have a work paper. I don't know if the WP2's in there.
I'm on
Well,
RB8.
I just raised this because it shows on the Excel spreadsheet various line items, and then they're amortized each month until they zero out. And it's just an example of an amortization schedule. If it's going to be difficult to show it, then we can go on.
We're off the record, right?
Yes.
Yeah, if it's,
Do you want Chad to just look at your, I assume you've got that open?
yes, I have it open.
I wonder if that would, if, with your permit, if he could just look at that, that might refresh his recollection and we can move on, if that would help. I'm not saying it would, but if that's all you've got open, maybe we could take a break and he could just do that. I don't think it'd take very long.
Well, and, I mean, to be honest, it would be helpful for you all to see what exactly this is referring to. This is, this is getting more complicated than it needs to be. So let me just try and walk through it with a Q&A.
You will go back on record, Jason?
We can go back on the record.
We'll go back on the record.
Thank you. So, under the amortization schedules, and please correct me if I'm not describing this correctly, but we start out with a beginning balance, and then there's a forecasted amount for reduction based over a certain period of time. So, in this case, we now have 48 months, 4 years, in the settlement agreement. So each month would be a 1/48th reduction until the end of the 4 years. Is that correct?
That is correct. We actually, so just to give a little bit of background and not overcomplicate, but you are correct. There was actually some regulatory assets, which we have several, that were set to be fully amortized before that 4-year period. And in our proposal, in our case in chief, we lengthened that amortization period so that it wouldn't end sooner than that 4-year period.
But at this point, the company has not offered to reduce its base rates by those amounts once the amortization period ends. Is that correct?
You are correct, and I can explain why.
Go right ahead.
So just like any other expense, expenses start, stop, go up, go down between rate cases, and there's no other expenses except for those ones that we have approved trackers for that we redesign rates for. So that's kind of reason number one. And then secondly, we have we file every quarter with our FAC filing, what's commonly known as the earnings test, but it's the net operating income test that looks at what we have been approved in the most recent rate case and compares actual company earnings versus that. And then if the actual earnings exceed the net operating income and there's not a bank that covers that, then credits will go back to customers. So that is kind of the fail-safe or the check on if the expiration or the fully amortization of reg assets were large enough to outweigh cost increases that the company has incurred, it would cause that over-earning situation and customers would get that back. But I do want to stress we tried to align the shortest amortization period with that 2030 date.
But these amortization amounts are different than costs that stop and start in the operation of a utility. I mean, for example, let's look at, if you turn to Schedule RB8, I believe he should have this available.
I'm there.
So RB8 lists various regulatory assets. Let's go to line 25, please.
I'm there.
All right, that is the 20% T to SIC distribution revenue requirement. So under your T to SIC case, 20% is deferred until the rate case, until now, and then you're authorized to recover it in the rate case. That's correct?
That is correct.
So originally, that T to SIC amount was proposed to be collected, as for the others, over 3 years, and now it's over 4 years. And looking at the regulatory asset balance as of December 31st, 2026, it's $31,997,000.
Correct.
And that is the amount that the commission has authorized AES to recover. That's the 20% amount.
That does represent the 20% amount.
So under your proposal, when you get to month 49, you're still going to collect on that. There is still an amount in base rates that corresponds to that recovery.
If we haven't had a rate case by then.
Yes.
If we have not had a rate case by then, revenue requirement that is being determined in this case as of a snapshot in time does include this amount.
And there are other items in that same schedule, RB8, that are amortized now over 4 years that will continue to be recovered after the end of the 4-year period, providing there's no rate case then.
So as I mentioned in my settlement rebuttal, these schedules.
Your Honor, I have to object. Yes or no question?
What was the question again?
There are other amounts in this schedule, RB8, that will now be recovered over 4 years, or proposed to be recovered over 4 years, and will continue to be recovered after the end of the 4-year period.
There are amounts included in this revenue requirement that include other items on that schedule for which we know these rates will be in effect for no fewer than between now and December of 2029.
I'm not really sure that answered the question. There are amounts in this schedule that will be collected over a 4-year period, that are projected to be collected over a 4-year period. Is that correct?
I guess I disagree with the characterization that the company's rates are a bunch of little buckets to recover certain things.
Your Honor, this is not what I asked. I asked about the amounts in RB8 proposed to be recovered over a 4-year period.
Can you please rephrase the question? Maybe that will get things moving along.
Okay, let's take a step back. In RB8, there are amounts that the commission has authorized AES to collect. Is that correct?
To include in rates, yes.
And yes, it can recover those amounts to include in rates, and the commission specified specific amounts to be recovered. For example, like the T-DSIC, the 20% T-DSIC revenue recovery.
Yes, 20% of the revenue requirement.
But the commission authorized a specific amount to be recovered. There was
Yes, with carrying charges.
I understand, but there's 100% of TDSIC charges. You collected 80 during the TDSIC period and 20% now in the rate case. So my question is that month 49, you will still include these amounts in your rate base, even though the commission is only specified to collect a certain amount.
No, you asked a different question there because you mentioned the word rate base. And if we were measuring rate base.
I'm sorry.
In 2029.
Base rates, sorry.
The revenue requirement base rates approved in this case, if we don't have another rate case by then, will still be in effect.
And will include the amounts here in RB8 that the commission has authorized you to recover.
We have not proposed to change that, as you mentioned. And there will be other changes in expense as well.
On page 24, line 16 of your settlement rebuttal, you state it would be an administrative burden to recalculate rates. Are you aware that other utilities do this?
I am aware that for certain individual reg assets, I believe that there were 2 other utilities that have agreed to stop amortization on individual singular regulatory assets.
And for example, the T-DSIC recovery, is that an individual singular asset? Or is that a singular individual asset? I mean, it's an individual line item in this schedule. And you're seeking to recover that individual amount as part of your
No, there
revenue
are several,
requirements.
I'm sorry, were you finished with your question?
Well, as part of your revenue requirement, you're seeking to include this amount among others. Is that correct?
I believe there are several line items in RB8 that are related to T-DSIC in the example you provided. There are approximately somewhere around 40 different regulatory assets that are being amortized. And my statement was about the administrative burden to go in and recalculate rates every time one of those regulatory assets cease to be amortized, when at the same time there are other expenses in the company's business that fluctuate all the time that we don't do that for.
Do you understand what I'm asking when I say that the commission authorized the recovery of a specific amount?
No.
So for the T to SIC recovery, there's the 20% that you're allowed to recover through this rate case. And that is a specific amount that was determined in that proceeding.
And it continues to amortize each month, and it continues to gather carrying charges each month. So every month that specific amount changes, and the commission does not authorize a specific dollar amount for recovery.
So for example, if AES spent $1 billion on their T to SIC, they recover $800 million through rates and $200 million in the rate case, right?
It's not that simple. Because during that 7-year period, there will be rate cases in which some of that gets rolled into base rates.
But it's the 20% portion that gets rolled into base rates.
No, it's all of it.
Well, but at the rate case, the utility is allowed to recover the 20% addition.
In a rate case, the company, as it has in this case, rolls all of its T to SIC in-service projects into base rates. I'm sorry, you're just asking questions that I can't agree with. Because they're not factually correct.
In describing the administrative burden, you talk about amounts coming off at different times. However, now you have 4 years. You know when they're going to come off. Would it be a burden at the end of the 4 years to reduce or to remove those amounts from base rates like the other utilities have agreed to do?
I think if it was at one time, that would not be overly burdensome.
Is that something the utility that you can commit to doing? That if there's no rate case in 4 years, that you would commit to doing that?
I cannot commit on the stand to doing that. If that's, I'll just state that. I cannot commit here on the stand to provide that because there are other, as I'd mentioned, there are other hundreds of other expenses that we don't do that for.
Okay, but it's also now your testimony that if you collectively did all the amounts coming off in 4 years, that would not be an administrative burden.
It would certainly be less burdensome than doing each and every one.
Okay, fair enough. Let's move on to the true-up mechanism, starting on page 25 of your settlement rebuttal testimony. So it's your testimony that at the end of the test year, and I'm paraphrasing, so please tell me if I'm incorrect. At the end of the test year, AES Indiana will examine the plant additions up to that date and put into rates the lesser of the net plant approved by the commission or the actual net plant value.
Yes, that is correct. I would just make one clarifying point that we're not just looking at the plant additions. We're looking at the actual balance, the actual book value of all of the utility plant service.
Total,
yeah.
Yes, okay. And it's also your testimony that because this is a projection, the utility's needs may require different projects than what you put forth in this case, but that the amount and types of the projects would generally be the same. Is that correct?
That is correct, and that view is informed also by witness Holtzclaw, witness Ellis, and witness Peters.
So in this proceeding, AES Indiana is presenting evidence on certain projects in its future test year. It's providing evidence on those projects. The utility or the intervening parties in the commission would have a chance to review those projects, and the commission would decide on their prudency. And it is your testimony that once the amount is approved in this proceeding, that AES Indiana unilaterally has the ability to decide that certain projects may or may not be built, and instead other projects may be built. Is that what you're stating here?
No, I believe in this case, we have a cutoff period, and that will determine whether the project's in service or the used measure. And I think the useful measure is the support that the company has done throughout this case in what these projects and what the forecast is for each of those. And if there is a difference, or there's, one circuit doesn't get a capital project done on it, instead it's another, that doesn't change the fact that our forecast of these projects are used because they're in service as of the cutoff date, and useful because they've been supported by our witnesses in this case.
But there are specific projects that have been proposed in this proceeding. Correct.
There is a forecast or a budget or forecast that this was based on that is an accumulation when it was said of individual projects and project types.
And so some of these specific projects may or may not be built, but it's your testimony that by the cutoff, if something is built and is used, as you put it, then that's okay to include in the plant and service value.
Yes, if at our rate-based cutoff date, used and useful projects should be included up to what has been proposed in this.
So, but if a project that you propose in this case, and the commission decides is prudent, is not constructed, that money can be used for something else, as long as it's below the amount authorized by the commission.
I would say that if the plans for the capital budget necessitate a capital project moving out, and there is another project that is used and useful in the providence of electric service, then it should be included.
Even though the commission has not explicitly authorized that project.
So as I stated on page 26 of my rebuttal testimony, determining the revenue requirement on the basis of this projection is not asking for pre-approval from the commission for each and every project that is in the forecast. We do forecasts, and we can show what's in that, and we're proving up that the types of projects that we do are to provide electric service. I think we've supported that. And while I could agree with maybe the concern you may have if we were to spend that money on a project that was not at all related to providing electric service, the way that we manage our budgets and the way that our people are held accountable for their job, for providing service to customers, is that project that would replace it or be put into its place would also be used and useful.
But that's as determined by the utility.
And has been reviewed in this case by the types of projects that are included in our forecast.
Types of projects.
Right.
Even though in this case you do have specific projects that are mentioned. I mean,
a budget is a buildup of In some cases, it can be a buildup of specific projects, but in some cases, it can be built up of dollars necessary to fix these types of problems. And that project has not been maybe identified, but it is a mix of both. It can be a mix of discrete projects and dollars spent to provide service, but all of them, I believe we have supported as useful. And I believe that witness Holtzclaw, Peters, and Greg Ellis support that useful.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. I have no further questions.
Thank you. A redirect.
Could I just have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes, of course. We'll go off record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We will go back on record.
Mr. Rogers, you had questions about the four-year amortization period and what happens after month 48 and month 49. Do you think it is likely that the rates in this case will go past month 48?
I don't have a basis to make that forecast on when the next rate case will be at this period. Yeah.
You had some questions about disconnection of service during extreme weather. What is the winter moratorium?
Winter moratorium, my understanding, is a period for which disconnects are paused to LIHEAP customers, and LIHEAP customers cannot be disconnected. And as I also mentioned, we also have weather temperature-related pauses on disconnects that Mr. Bramley can speak of.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further redirect.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Valletta has a question.
Mr. Rogers, if you could, do you have the settlement agreement in front of you?
I do.
If you could turn to term 10, the CIS billing system.
Yes, I'm there.
Under 10B, it says that will not be recovered in any case or any future case. Under 10A, it talks about this agreed reduction applies only to this case. Would AES be willing to forego the return on the specific asset in 10A?
So just to clarify, 10A is the equity portion of the return on, so I just want to make sure that that is clear. And what we've decided for the benefit of the settlement agreement, that we would make that determination that we would not, in these rates, remove that equity return on, leaving the option open to future rate cases as to whether it would also be left out. So we haven't agreed forever in this case, but if that were the commission's decision, of course, we would abide by that.
One moment. We don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
will go off record. Temporarily excused. Okay, sorry. We're going to go back on record real quick. Mr. Rogers, you are temporarily excused, possibly might be called back later. And we will go back off record. We will go back on record. Petitioner, if you'd like to proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Petitioner calls Bicky Ramal.
Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear under penalties of perjury that you will tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ramal, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Bicky Rimal. My business address is 1300 19th Street Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20036.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am employed by Concentric Energy Advisors as a vice president.
Your direct rebuttal, your settlement direct, and your settlement rebuttal have already been admitted into the record. Do you have on the witness stand what's been marked as petitioner's exhibits 6, 7, 8, and 9?
I do.
Now, those exhibits include the revisions that were pre-filed in the case. Do you have any additional revisions to make today to your testimony?
I don't.
Do you adopt the testimony in those exhibits as your sworn testimony in this cause?
I do.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is tendered for cross-examination.
Thank you. Kroger?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Washburn?
We've reached a stipulation, which has been admitted as CAC Exhibit 7. Thank you.
Thank you. Walmart?
Walmart has no cross, Your Honor.
Mr. Lloyd?
Rolls-Royce has no cross.
Thank you. Ms. Becker?
The city has no cross, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Velasquez?
The industrial group has no cross, Your Honor.
OUCC?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Ramal. I'm pronouncing that right?
Yeah, you are.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name's Jason Haas. I represent the Office of Utility Consumer Counselor.
Good afternoon.
Please turn to page 3 of your settlement rebuttal testimony. Lines 4 and 5, you note that Mr. Dupree continues to take issues with the classification of all fixed production costs being demand-related. Do you see that?
Yep.
And later on lines 13 through 17, you note that 53% of total production-related revenue requirements are classified as demand, and 47% are variable fuel costs classified as energy-related. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you agree that variable fuel costs change with the operations of electric utilities?
Yes, they do.
And all remaining fixed costs associated with the capital investments are classified by the company as demand-related and allocated to customer classes based on the 12 CP. Is that correct?
Sorry, when you say all remaining fixed costs, can you?
Well, all fixed costs.
Yeah. Yep.
And the 12 CP method relies on looking at the average contribution to each customer class at the company's maximum hourly during 1 hour for each month of the year.
That's correct.
So you're allocating the fixed production cost based on customer consumption during those 12 hours of the historic period.
Yes.
And would you agree that those 12 hours represent approximately 0.1% of all operating hours during the historic period, assuming a standard year of 8,760 hours?
Sorry, I got confused with the ratio. Can you repeat the ratio again?
The 12 hours represent 0.1% approximately of the full hours in the year.
So the math is 12 divided by 8760?
Yes, 8,000, yes. You agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you. If you could turn to Mr. Dupree's settlement opposition testimony, I believe that's right there on your desk. Please turn to page 11. Mr. Dupree includes an example of a generic dispatch curve. Do you see that there?
Table 4?
Yes.
Yes.
So in this example, Mr. Dupree lists, illustrative generation units based on their fuel cost and their total variable cost.
Yes.
So, would you agree that in this generic dispatch model, that the utility would dispatch the units with the lowest total variable cost first, and then move down the curve, dispatching additional units as they're needed?
Yes.
So in general, all other things being equal, you agree that a utility would attempt to utilize generation facilities with total less variable operating costs before relying on generation facilities with higher variable operating costs?
Yes.
So in this way, a dispatch curve functions more or less like a supply curve discussed in economics. That as more electricity is demanded, it becomes more expensive.
Yes.
However, in your testimony, sorry, I don't have the citation. Hold on one second. Sorry, bear with me for one moment. Sorry. There, on page 4 of your settlement rebuttal testimony. Line 18, line 17 and 18. You say once installed in part of a utility's overall portfolio, any generation asset is available for dispatch at any time. Do you agree with that as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, can we go off the record for a moment?
Yes, let's go off the record.
Thank you.
Oh. Yeah, it's essentially repeating an earlier question. Yes, yeah. Your Honor, I'm ready to go back on the record.
We will go back on record.
Thank you. Mr. Ramal, before you is a copy of several pages of AES Indiana's 2024 annual report filed with FERC, commonly referred to as FERC Form 1. Are you familiar with the kind of information that's on this form?
Generally, yes.
The types of production facilities, years constructed, hours operated, and particularly line 35, expenses per net kilowatt hour.
Not sure exactly what's in the expense. Is it totality of everything? Is it the total of all expenses listed above?
This is what AES Indiana provided to FERC.
Okay.
Is this the kind of information that you analyzed in your evaluation in this case?
No, I did not.
So looking at the various units, I mean, you are aware of the various units that AES operates. Is that correct?
Yes.
Specifically, there's the Eagle Valley, Georgetown gas turbine, Harding Street coal generator, and Petersburg coal generator. You see those facilities there.
Yes.
Would you agree that the least expensive of the company's generating units to operate was its Eagle Valley CCGT? So looking again at line 35.
Petersburg here is showing a 0.
That,
Sorry. So on the exhibit,
yes, that's missing from the FERC Form 1. But of the amounts in there,
sorry, I don't understand. Is the
Eagle
number
Valley has,
truncated or like 0 on Petersburg?
Petersburg was mistakenly labeled as 0. But of the other operating costs there, would you agree that the Eagle Valley CCGT has the lowest, the least expensive of the generating units?
Based on line 35 per kilowatt hour?
And the Georgetown and Harding Street facilities are roughly twice as expensive to operate.
Yeah, give or take.
Looking at line 18, would you agree that this represents the total fixed capital per kilowatt of capacity for each generating facility?
Do you happen to know what should be there after including on line 18?
I do not.
But it, at least based on the formula, it seems like it is cost per kilowatt.
So looking at these numbers, you would see that the total fixed investment in the Georgetown and Harding Street plants are lower than the cost per kilowatt for the Eagle Valley facility.
Sorry, which plants?
The Georgetown and the Harding Street gas turbines
Are lower than Eagle
lower
Valley.
than the Eagle Valley. So overall, the Georgetown and Harding Street turbines look like they're less expensive to build, but more expensive to operate compared to the Eagle Valley facility.
Yes.
Geez, Mr. Haas, we're going to take our 15-minute break at this point, and we will go off record, and we will come back at 3:15.
Thank you.
We will go, thank you, Shannon. We will go back on record.
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. My last question before we went on break is that you would agree that the Georgetown and Harding Street natural gas turbine facilities are less expensive to build, but more expensive to operate.
Yes.
And so, based on the fixed and variable costs for the facilities, would it be your opinion that Eagle Valley would operate for more hours during the year, while the gas turbines would operate for less hours to meet peak demand of the system?
Can you clarify when you say meet the peak demand of the system?
Let's just remove that from the question. Would you conclude, based on the fixed and variable costs, that Eagle Valley would operate for more hours during the year, while the gas turbine facilities would operate for less hours?
I can agree with that.
You can agree or cannot?
Can.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And in fact, if you look at line 7, where it shows plant hours connected to load, Eagle Valley has more than 8,000, while the turbines have approximately 4,500. Would you agree that AES Indiana's production system is designed to provide electricity for all 8,760 hours of the year and not just 12 hours?
Well, the system is required to provide electricity at all hours. But my point you started with line 18 was if you are able to meet the peak, then you have the generation portfolio to meet any other hour.
I understand, but the system is designed to operate for all hours, not just the 12 hours of the 12 CP.
Yeah, the system is required to provide electricity at all hours.
And different facilities take on different roles in meeting the various system needs. Would you agree with that?
Can you clarify what you mean by system needs?
For example, like the Eagle Plant facility, which has lower operating costs, will operate for more hours, while the turbine units, which have higher operating costs, would only be used when more load is needed to be served.
I can agree to that.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I move for the admission of OUCC CX1.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
No objection. No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. At this time, we will admit Public's Exhibit CX1.
Thank you, Your Honor. Maybe we go off the record for a moment?
Yes, let's go off the record.
This is CX2.
Your Honor, I'm ready to go back on the record.
Thank you. We'll go back on record.
Thank you. Mr. Ramon, I have placed before you a report from S&P Analytics listing all of AES Indiana's generation facilities. The top part is the important part. Those are the ones that are operating. The bottom are retired and, well, no, not all of them. Sorry. In your analysis, did you review this kind of information on the AES Indiana's facilities?
In what context?
In your analysis of allocation of production plant?
I did not.
Okay.
No.
Are you aware of AES Indiana's current fleet size? As in, you know, the amount of megawatts they're generating or of capacity?
Yes.
And you're aware that AES Indiana obviously have different types of generating facilities, as we discussed before.
Yes.
So this report shows that AES Indiana currently has approximately 2,900 megawatts of operating generation capacity.
Your Honor, I object to the question. It's beyond the scope of Mr. Ramal's testimony. He stated that he hasn't reviewed this document and there hasn't been a proper foundation laid for questioning on the information in this document.
And
Mr. Haas?
let me take a step back. So you're aware that AES Indiana, as we've said before, has different types of generating facilities. CCGT, steam turbine, coal, and solar and wind and battery.
Yes.
So are you aware that AES Indiana currently has renewable facilities operating and planned?
Yes.
You are aware of that?
Yes.
Are you aware of the approximate fraction of AES Indiana's system that is served by renewable generating units?
That I'm not.
You're not aware. But you are aware that AES Indiana does have renewable generating system facilities?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Are you generally familiar with MISO resource accreditation for renewable generating facilities?
At a very high level.
That's all we need. So at a high level, your understanding is that MISO allows for a portion of the nameplate capacity for renewable resources to be counted to meeting system peak demands required for resource adequacy.
Yes.
Okay. So based on your understanding that MISO accredits only a portion of renewable resources, and your understanding that AES does have renewable resources, is it correct that not all of the capacity would support AES Indiana's load resource obligations with MISO?
Sorry, can you repeat your second part
Yes.
or clarify?
So we know that AES Indiana has renewable resources. And we know that MISO accredits only a portion of those renewable resources to meet its system peak demand requirements, right? We can agree on those two things.
Yes.
So given those two, is it correct that not all of the renewable generation capacity would support AES Indiana's load resource obligations for MISO?
Just make sure I understand. So you're saying if we were to just add up all the capacity or nameplate capacity of renewable resource, that's not.
Well, that MISO, in relation to renewable generation resources, would not accredit all of it to meeting system peak demand.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ramal. With that, we don't need to admit the exhibit. Please turn to page 8 of your settlement rebuttal testimony, starting on line 13. You discuss how it is your belief that investment in distribution poles, conductors, and conduits are in part related to changes in customer count. Is that correct?
Sorry, which lines again?
Starting on, let's see, page 8, line 13, and continuing on to page 9.
And the question was?
The question was, in that portion, you discuss it's your belief that investment in distribution poles, conductors, are in part related to changes in customer count.
Yes.
And to support that, you prepared the minimum system study that calculated the cost associated with a hypothetical minimum size distribution system.
Yes.
Okay. Can we go off the record, Your Honor?
Yes, we will go off the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
We will go back on record.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I've placed before you CX, what has been labeled as CX3, which is work papers from your testimony.
I have have that.
You have that. And then CX4, which are DR responses, discovery responses that include backup data for these work papers.
I have that as well.
And so looking at the tab, let's see. All right. So let's look at the DR response. At the top, it says function split summary.
I have that.
Okay. And then it has beneath it, the primary polls and secondary polls. And you estimate that 64.54% of the primary and 89% of the secondary polls are assigned as being customer-related. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, if you turn to the 3 pages afterwards, where it has the poll analysis for primary and secondary, you used your minimum size secondary electric pole as 30 feet. Is that correct? And then primary of 35 feet.
That's correct.
Okay. So looking at page 3, there are approximately 800,000 primary electric poles. And then looking on the last page, approximately 50,000 secondary poles.
Sorry, what did you say the number was for primary polls?
Primary, where does it say? Approximately 108,000.
That's correct.
All right, so on the first inventory page of the primary, there's about 20,000 35-foot poles and about 1,100 poles less than that, which represent approximately 20% of the system. Do you agree with that?
So what was the calculation for 35 and below?
35 and below, there's approximately 21,000 poles. Do you see that?
Hard to.
Yes,
do the
I
math.
know, the numbers, there are a lot of numbers there, but, I mean, subject to check, approximately 21,000,
I can agree to that.
yes. And so that would be, you know, divided by the total amount of 108,000, that's about 20%. Give or take.
Yeah.
And then for secondary, if we turn to the secondary list, there are about almost 28,000 30-foot poles.
Subject to check, I'll agree.
Yes. So 28,000 of the company's 51,000 secondary electric poles meet your definition of the minimum size.
Yes.
And that's about, that's a little bit more than half, probably about 55%.
Give or take, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, I move for the entry of OUCC CX 3 and 4.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Thank you. We will admit into evidence Public's Exhibit CX3 and Public's Exhibit CX4.
Thank you. Mr. Ramal, can you please turn to page 8 of your settlement rebuttal testimony?
I'm there.
At lines 4 through 9, you discuss the NARUC Electric Utility Cost Allocation Manual. And you specifically reference Chapter 6, pages 90 to 92.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to go off the record for a moment.
We will go off the record.
This is 5.
We will go back on record.
So before you, Mr. Ramal, is an excerpt of the document referenced in your testimony, the Electric Utility Cost Allocation Manual from NARUC. You are familiar with this document?
I am.
And as far as you can tell, the pages are included are accurate. I mean, several of them are referenced in your testimony.
Yeah.
So please turn to page 95. The second paragraph describes that the results of the minimum-sized method can be influenced by several factors. Do you see that there?
Yes.
And it provides a listing or description of those factors. And then the third paragraph states cost analysts disagree on how much of the demand cost should be allocated to customers when the minimum size distribution method is used to classify distribution plant. Do you see that?
Yes.
And finally, the paragraph after that states when allocating distribution costs determined by the minimum sized method, some cost analysts will argue that some customer classes can receive a disproportionate share of demand costs. Do you see that?
Yes.
So these paragraph lists various considerations and critiques that need to be evaluated when performing a minimum system study.
Yes.
I've also printed out pages 136 through 138 of the same manual that concerns distribution cost methodologies. Does this look correct to you?
I don't know what chapter this is part of.
Hold on 1 second. Let's see. Chapter. Hold on one moment. This is part of Chapter 10, titled Marginal Transmission, Distribution, and Customer Costs.
It's part of the marginal cost.
Yes.
Okay.
So on 136, you would agree, well, the first sentence says, the major issue in establishing marginal cost of a distribution system is the determination of the costs, if any, what portion of the costs, if any, should be classified as customer rather than demand and energy related. Do you agree with that statement? That is the major issue?
But for marginal cost study.
Yes.
I mean, if this is part of the NARUC manual and it says it, yes.
But I mean, do you agree with that statement?
I'm not very familiar with marginal cost studies.
Okay. Okay. At this time, I would like to move for entry of Public's CX5.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
Kroger?
Sorry. No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor. No, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. We will admit into evidence Public's Exhibit CX5.
Thank you. Mr. Ramal, do you have a copy of Mr. Dupree's direct testimony in front of you, or only the settlement testimony?
This is a settlement.
Your Honor, can we give the witness a copy of Mr. Dupree's
Yes,
direct testimony?
we will go off record.
Linda, it's Public Exhibit number 10. Public Exhibit 10.
We will go back on record.
Thank you. Mr. Ramal, you've been given a copy of Mr. Dupree's direct testimony. Can you, oops, sorry. Sorry, bear with me for one moment. If you could turn to the top of page 28. Mr. Dupree quotes from the NARUC manual that cost analysts disagree on how much of the demand cost should be allocated to customers when the minimum size distribution method is used to classify distribution plant. You see that there?
Yes.
And continuing on that thought, starting on page 9, line 28, Mr. Dupree discusses how the same author you cite in support of your rate design, Professor Bonbright, has expressed concerns with the use of the minimum system studies in the past. Do you see that?
I'm sorry to interrupt. Did you say page 9? Or?
Is it page 9 of Mr. Dupree's?
Page 28?
No, sorry, 1 second.
I just wanted to know if you're going on to 29, is he going back here?
I'm sorry, it is on page 28, line 9.
Thank you.
So, yes, you see that Mr. Dupree has cited Professor Bonbright, who has expressed concerns about the use of the minimum system study. And in your testimony, you reference Professor Bonbright, your direct testimony, page 23, you describe, or you state that his seminal book, Principles of Public Utility Rates, and you describe the rate design criteria from that book that you considered in this case. Is that correct?
Yeah, for rate design.
Can we go off the record for one moment?
We will go off the record. We will go back on record.
So I've given you excerpts from the Principles of Public Utility Rates, authored by Professor Bonbright. You're familiar with this book, is that correct?
Not so much with this book. The one I'm citing is the one from 1961, which just Professor Bonbright wrote. He didn't have co-authors on that one.
So this is, I suppose, an updated edition.
There's actually controversy around this particular edition.
Okay. On page 492, can you read the first 2 sentences of the first full paragraph?
The highlighted part.
Yes.
But if the hypothetical cost of a minimum size distribution system is properly excluded from the demand-related cost for the reason just given, while it is also denied a place among the customer costs for the reason stated previously, to which cost function does it then belong? The only defensible answer, in our opinion, is that it belongs to none of them.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of Public CX6.
Any objections?
Yes, Your Honor, lack of foundation. The witness testifies not that familiar with the updated text, so there's lack of foundation.
Any other objections?
No, Your Honor.
No, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
We will admit this into evidence, but give it the weight considering that he's not familiar with that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Mr. Ramal. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Ramal, looking at OUCC CX6, you stated that you don't rely on the text with multiple authors and indicated there's controversy about this text. What's that controversy?
There are certain portions in this text where people have questioned whether Dr. Braunbright actually would agree with that or not, because when the book actually came out, he was severely ill. And just because of certain items that have been updated on this text compared to his original book, which he solely co-authored, there are some questions around that.
Why don't you use the updated text versus the original one?
For that reason.
Turning to OUCC CX5,
Sorry, I actually don't have the numbering, so I don't know which.
that's the NARUC
I have
manual
that.
pages. It's the one with the pages 90 through 95, and then it skips up to 136 and 137.
I have it.
All right, thanks. You were asked about pages 136 and 137, and you asked a question as to what chapter that came from. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Why is that relevant?
because this chapter is associated with marginal cost versus the cost study that I conducted is embedded cost study. Those are fundamentally different studies trying to answer different questions.
You had some questions about the statements on minimum system study. Were you aware of those factors when you did your analysis?
Yes. So I am aware that minimum system study has some load carrying capacity, and then the minimum system I actually relied on are specifically specified on page 91 and page 90, actually, yeah, page 91, where the manual specifies for each account item what should be used as the minimum system. So, for example, regarding polls, account 364, it says for the minimum pole, it says minimum height for pole currently being installed. So that the 30-foot pole I used for secondary is the minimum size pole currently being used based on my discussion with the distribution engineers. Similarly, for conductors, both overhead and underground, the manual specifies minimum size conductor currently being installed, and that's what I used.
Looking at, I think it's OUCC CX4, that was the company's response to OUCC data request 1020. Do you have that up on the witness stand still?
Yes, I do.
You had some questions about how many of the secondary poles were a certain size versus the total count. Do you recall those?
Yes.
Is that relevant to your analysis?
Yeah, actually, the reason why the customer component looks high, or I mean relatively higher for secondary, is because a lot of the pole sizes are based on the minimum size.
We look at OUCC CX1, which is the FERC form pages. Do you have that still?
Yes.
You testified that you did not use the FERC form 1 information in your analysis. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why was that?
So basically, I am generally aware of the asset, different plant type AES owns, but from a cost of service perspective, the numbers I see as input, or I use as input in my cost study, is already at the FERC account level. It's not, the accounting or the financial is not disaggregated at the plant level. That's what I meant. Like when I didn't use the information at the plant level, what I see is aggregated at the FERC account level.
Now, looking at OUCC CX1, the second page, which is labeled page 168 or 194, do you see that?
Yes.
You were asked about line 18. Do you see that line?
Yes.
Do you know what the word including there means?
No.
You had a question whether line 17 indicates whether certain plants were more expensive to build. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are those numbers, do they give consideration to depreciation?
I do not believe so.
What about age of unit?
No.
Are those factors relevant?
Yeah, from a cost of service, what actually gets allocated is the net plant.
The FERC Form 1 is an annual report. Is dispatch performed on annual numbers?
No, it's more granular than that.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, we will go off record.
Thank you, Mr. Ramal. Oh, sorry.
We will go back on record.
Thank you, Mr. Ramal. Thank you, Your Honor. No further redirect.
Thank you. And we do not have any questions for you, Mr. Ramal, so you are excused.
Thank you.
We will go off record. Do we have an estimate for how long it will take for Mr. Elliott to testify?
It depends on the brevity of the responses. If they're if they're concise, then 30 minutes.
Okay.
I would say 30 minutes as well, Your Honor. Probably less, though.
Mr. Elliott. Who all is testifying tomorrow?
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Mr. Peters.
Okay.
All right.
Who has questions for Mr. Peters? I think that's just us.
It was the commission.
Okay, we don't need to bring Mr. Peters. We can just direct those questions to Mr. Rogers.
So just want to clarify,
Yes, of course.
Mr. Rogers gave revenue requirement information to Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters did the forecasting. So, that's fine. Okay. Would you mind, Zach is Jeff's witness. Would you mind if I just stepped out and come back in a moment? I need to make a little pit stop. Okay? Yeah. I'll be right back. And we can continue, but I'm just going to step out and come back. Would that be okay, Your Honor?
Yes. Okay, so what we will do is we will have CAC cross Mr. Elliott and then see where we're at. Most likely, we'll probably save the OUCC's cross for Mr. Elliott tomorrow morning. Sound like a plan?
Works for us, Your Honor.
Okay. We will go back on record. If you can raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the evidence you will give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, I do. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Mr. Peabody, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. The petitioner calls Mr. Elliott to the stand. Mr. Elliott, can you please state your name and business address for the record?
Zach Elliott, 1 Monument Circle, Indianapolis, Indiana.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by AES US Services as Director of Customer Solutions.
Mr. Elliott, do you have in front of you documents that have been marked as petitioner's exhibits 10, 11, and 12?
I do.
Are those copies of your rebuttal testimony, your settlement testimony, and your settlement rebuttal testimony, respectively?
Yes, they are.
And you have pre-filed some revisions to some of the pages of your testimony, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Do you have any additional changes to make today?
I do not.
Do you adopt your exhibits 10, 11, and 12 as your sworn testimony in this cause?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, the witness is tendered for cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Washburn?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Elliott.
Good afternoon.
I'll start off with the first question that I always ask you. Page 2 of your rebuttal, you worked for CAC, correct?
I did. I worked for Citizens Action Coalition from 2008 to 2011, so I'm very familiar with the organization.
Thank you. On page 9 of your rebuttal, you state that from 2014 to 2024, AES Indiana's average residential energy usage declined by 14.28%. Do you see that?
I do.
Would you agree that this could be a motivation for AES to raise the fixed customer charge and maintain declining block rate design, since it penalizes lower usage and incentivizes higher usage?
So witness Ramal in this case, who just testified, is the rate design witness. I'm not a rate design expert. There are multiple factors that go into rate design.
So you don't know?
I don't know.
On page 12 of your rebuttal, you put forward a table of the average number of customers in arrears for the past few years to posit that the arrears per annum have remained fairly stable over time. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes.
Does it not alarm you that approximately 25% of residential customers are in arrears? Should the I'll let you answer that first.
Ms. Washburn, I'm not sure if I caught the end of your question there. If you
Sorry,
could
I
repeat.
didn't want to give you a compound question, so I stopped.
Okay.
I'm asking, yeah, if you're alarmed, it's about 25% of residential customers are in arrear year over year over year.
So here, the table ZE1R that I presented was in effect responsive to Mr. Inskeep's testimony, just demonstrating that the number of customers in 31-plus day arrears has been fairly stable over time and is largely consistent with approximately 1/4 that he refers to in his testimony.
Shouldn't the company be working to lower that year over year?
So the company offers payment extension plans, adheres to rules and regulations as it relates to customers' standing with respect to their payment. And the company also offers a number of programs, initiatives to help customers remain current on their bills.
I'll repeat my question. Shouldn't AES Indiana be working to lower the number, since it is a constant, of 25% of residential customers that are in arrears?
So I would restate what I just said, in that the company does take a number of actions to reduce the number of customers in arrears. It's not in the company's interest to have customers in arrears, and that's why we offer a number of programs and initiatives, as I indicated, to help customers stay current on their bills.
Payment plans is required by the commission, right?
There are rules governing payment plans, yes.
LIHEAP and Weatherization Assistance Program, that's run by the federal government, right?
We also, as a company, offer weatherization assistance through our demand-side management programs.
And that's part of Senate Bill 340 and Senate Bill 4. Those were part of the low-income weatherization. That's part of the statute, right?
So the statute specifically requires that our DSM plans are consistent with our most recent integrated resource plan. There's not a specific requirement indicating the amount of weatherization assistance that the company does. The company offers what I would call a robust income qualified weatherization program. In fact, it doubled the program within the last program period.
You mentioned, you referenced President Davis Handy's direct testimony, and I've written these down so we don't have to run through it, but demand side management and EE, we just covered that. The power of change is also referenced. You're aware that that's crisis funding, right? Not monthly bill assistance.
That is intended for crisis funding, but that is a voluntary effort by the company.
Is there any money in it?
I don't know the current balance of that program, but we are, always requesting assistance from various customers and organizations for that program.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, we will go off record. We will go back on record.
You've been handed what's been marked as CAC CX1. Do you see that?
I do.
This is about the Power of Change program. You can see that on the last line of the first paragraph. Do you see that?
Yes, this refers to the Roundup program, the Power of Change program, yes.
If you turn to the second page, it says, and this is the last update I could find. It says that as of 12/31/2020, you had 116 residential accounts rounding up their bill. Does that make a significant difference?
So this appears to be a report from for the 12 months ended December 31st, 2020. I don't recall the specific timing of approval of this, but I believe this to be fairly early on in the program's existence.
Yes, and like I said, I haven't seen an update. It says as well that, let's see, on the third full paragraph, if you could take a minute to read that.
Starting with during the global pandemic.
Sure, you can start with, I can do it. In order to ensure the program would not be depleted in 2021 and 2022 as a result of the budgeted dollars being pulled forward, IPL added additional dollars to the budget for those years, $40,000 for 2021 and $30,000 for 2022. So what that is telling us is that in 2020, the program quickly ran out of funding. Is that right?
I believe your inference is valid, that the company added additional dollars in those years to ensure that the fund was not depleted.
And you're not aware of the current status of the program, right?
I'm not, no.
Let's see, President Davis-Handy references the days during which it was Friday, Saturday, Sundays, and holidays that they don't disconnect. Are you aware that that's by rule except for Friday morning? So the company really only just doesn't disconnect on Friday mornings. Is that right?
So we do largely adhere to the rules there. You know, as was stated by, I believe, Mr. Rogers earlier, due to the inclement weather, we're not disconnecting now. So there are instances where, you know, we go above and beyond those requirements.
Are you aware whether or not customers during these dangerous temperatures who were already disconnected have been reconnected? Were they reconnected during this time?
I don't know. I'm not the correct witness for that.
Would that be your recommendation to do so?
I think that's something that would require a larger decision of the company, not something that, you know, I'm in a position to opine on here on the stand today.
Why? Why is that a larger decision during dangerous temperatures to reconnect people who have been disconnected?
Well, because it affects many parts of the organization. There are various implications and requires input and feedback from multiple parties, not just myself.
Like what?
A variety of factors. I'm, you know, largely speculating here, but you know, operationally, whether we have the right number of crews available to move forward with that effort, you know, billing system or customer service related issues. So it would touch upon multiple parts of the organization.
But with AMI, the company can just do that from the comfort of the office, correct?
As Witness Rogers indicated earlier, it is largely, quote unquote, a push of a button, but I'm not exactly familiar with all the technical details there.
President Davis-Handy also references Utilities Unite. Are you aware of that program?
In large part, no.
Do you know it's just an education program? It's not bill assistance, right?
I am aware of that, correct.
I'd like to move into the record what's been marked as CAC CX1, please.
Any objections?
No objections.
Walmart?
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. We will admit into evidence CAC Exhibit CX1.
Thank you. Mr. Elliott, at page 13, lines 1 through 3 of your rebuttal, you state that Mr. Bramley demonstrates in his rebuttal that CAC mischaracterizes some of these points regarding increases in disconnection notices, referrals to collection agencies, and bad debt exposure. I looked at the pages 20 to 22 of Mr. Bramley's rebuttal. He's just responding. He doesn't allege any mischaracterizations. Can you help me explain your testimony?
So I do not have a copy of Mr. Bramley's testimony here. My testimony or rebuttal testimony here is in reference to, I believe, Mr. Inkeep's testimony referring to the number of disconnects rising after resumption of the dunning process. And Mr. Inskeep was indicating that this is evidence of an affordability crisis, and I'm simply responding to that.
So when you say, first, AES Indiana witness Bramley demonstrates in his rebuttal that CAC mischaracterizes some of these data points. Again, I can give you a copy of Mr. Bramley's rebuttal. Would you like that?
Yes, please.
If we can go off record.
Thank you. I'm not sure what number that was. Bramley's rebuttal. Here it is. 19, please. Yes, thank you. Got it. Yes. It was,
We will go back on record.
thank you. So it's pages 20 and to 22.
So throughout pages 20 through 22, witness Bramley is clarifying many of these processes, which are governed by commission rules and regulations in significant detail. First, I would address detailed questions to Mr. Bramley when given the opportunity. An example that I am referring to in my rebuttal testimony would be on page let's see, page 21, Q&A 41, where witness Bramley responds to Mr. Inskeep's claims that we referred more than 37,000 residential accounts to collections. And Mr. Bramley goes on to clarify that Mr. Inskeep omits a critical detail.
He says, the process of writing off accounts to an external collection agency is directly tied to AES Indiana's disconnection for non-payment procedures. How is that, how is Mr. Inskeep I don't see him saying that we mischaracterized anything, do you?
So what I am referring to in my rebuttal testimony is that Mr. Inskeep's claims regarding collections, disconnects, that those were indicators of an extreme affordability crisis that was unfolding in our service territory. The point that I am making in my rebuttal, and by referring to the specific details that Mr. Bramley cites, I am demonstrating in my rebuttal that many of those numbers increasing was as a result of us delaying or pausing altogether late fees and disconnects over a very long period of time due to the billing system implementation.
That's what you say starting on page 13, line 3, where you say secondly, but your first is saying that we mischaracterized something. So what are you saying, that when you're saying that we're mischaracterizing something, you're actually talking about your second point?
I am simply referring in my rebuttal testimony to the fact that witness Bramley clarifies with significantly more detail many of these processes and the underlying rationale and detail that's necessary to provide the full context.
So perhaps a better word than mischaracterizes would be clarifies.
I think that would be a reasonable synonym in this case.
Thank you. You go on to say at page 13, lines 3 through 9, the point you were just mentioning, that CAC's affordability recommendations escalated disconnections and late payment fees because it doesn't provide incentive for a customer to remain current on a bill. Is that right?
Yes, I'm broadly describing incentives and disincentives for customers to stay current on bills.
So without the late fee, people would just want to be disconnected? Is that what you're saying?
It's one of many very common mechanisms that are guided by rules and regulations that drive consumer behavior and ultimately whether or not customers stay current on their bills.
You didn't present any studies or evidence to support this statement, right?
The approximately 2 years where the Dunning process was discontinued, the numbers speak for themselves.
You don't think some of the Dunning process, what years are you referring to?
I believe the dates approximately were October of 2023 through April of 2025, where the company made a decision to pause late fees, pause disconnections as a result of the billing system hypercare period.
You don't think that the AES billing and customer service issues had anything to do with that?
When I look at the underlying data, the total number of customers that were struggling to pay their bill, that were in a state of long-term arrears, stayed relatively stable. Witness Rogers earlier referred to bad debt expenditures that significantly increased over that time. as well as, I believe, approximately $7 million in late fees that that increased over that time period as well. So in my opinion, when there's no disincentive or incentive for a customer to stay current on their bill, that they, one individual customer may be more inclined not to stay current if there's not any possibility of disconnection or late fee assessment.
So my question, though, was you don't think that AES's issues with the billing and the customer service over this time period had anything to do with the ability of people to pay their bills on time?
So witnesses Bramley and Orr cover in significantly more detail the customer impacts associated with the billing system. I am not the best witness to speak to those in detail. My general understanding is that anytime that the company found that there were particular issues with the billing system, that those were remedied expediently, and ultimately that there was no financial impact on individual customers.
So we had one customer throughout this case that we've been going back and forth about who had to pay $1,000 for one bill. You're aware of that?
Generally, but I'm certainly not the best witness to speak to that.
So I guess I'll just go back to it. Is it yes or no that AES's issues with the billing system and the customer service, yes, had something to do with the timely payment of bills and the ability of folks to do that, or no?
I could certainly agree that the company paused disconnections as well as late fees as a result of the billing system implementation. That was a company decision.
Do you think the company should pause late fees and disconnections and have additional customer service during this March change to auto pay, where folks are going to have to unenroll and re-enroll on the app and they can no longer use their credit card? Do you think the company should do something during that time period?
So similar to Mr. Rogers, I'm not intimately familiar with those changes. I think that Mr. Bramley would be best suited to speak to that.
What's your recommendation given your role in the company?
I would have to review all of the information. As witness Rogers testified to earlier, the company is always looking at incremental improvement opportunities for customers. My general understanding is that what you're referencing is a change of a payment vendor.
On page 15, you say that AES, again on your rebuttal, cannot extend the security deposit relief to those beyond LIHEAP qualified customers because you are not equipped to qualify customers for income eligibility. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you think that people try and scam the utility when they're saying, I can't pay that large deposit?
It's not without precedent.
Is that the exception, not the rule?
Without the underlying numbers, I can't say how likely or probable that it is. We have a very large population of customers. I do believe that it's relatively rare, but the point that I'm attempting to make here is that LIHEAP, other customer assistance initiatives do require income qualification and validation. We are not equipped to do that today.
What if just a customer asks, I'm having a hard time, can I please have some relief? Isn't that just, sure, couldn't that happen?
Many customers do call our call center today requesting various forms of assistance. Power of Change, which we've talked about, is one of those. Payment assistance plans, payment extensions, LIHEAP qualification, energy efficiency. There are a number of offerings where we do earnestly work with our customers to ensure that they can remain current on their bill.
On page 15, you then talk about how it is not AES's discretion to implement certain procedures for medical alert customers, and then you refer to the rules. The rules are just a minimum, right?
Could you rephrase the question?
The rule, page 15 of your rebuttal, line 16, you are saying AES Indiana complies with established commission rules for disconnection, reconnection, and medical alerts. It is not at the company's discretion to implement these procedures. Rather, our responsibility to perform them in accordance with prevailing rules. My question is, aren't the rules just a floor?
Generally, the rules are just a floor, and I state in my rebuttal testimony here that we do go beyond some of those rules per prior settlement agreements.
Thank you. On page 18 of your rebuttal, lines 6 through 8, this is part of your opposition to CAC's proposal for an affordability program for those most in need. You talk about how AES could not do a discounted rate to a specific subset of its customer base because the revenue shortfall might be recovered elsewhere. Do you see that?
Sorry, what page are you referring to?
Page 18 of your rebuttal. So about lines 6 through 8.
I do make that statement in a much broader context, yes.
With tariffs, aren't there always lines in the sand? So you're saying, here, let me back up, actually. Sorry, I'd like to refer to you actually to page 19, line 6 of your rebuttal. Furthermore, providing a non-cost reflective discount on electricity service and the associated energy consumption misaligns the price signal a customer receives to manage their energy usage through behavioral conservation and/or participation in AES Indiana's DSM programs. Do you see that?
I do.
So when you're talking about revenue shortfalls and price signaling, isn't that similar to the argument in this case about multifamily customers subsidizing single homes?
So the argument that I'm making here more broadly is that the affordable power rider, as proposed by CAC in this case, is not tethered to cost causation. It is not a cost-based or cost-reflective discount. And I am broadly walking through potential unintended consequences of doing so, and referring to the fact that rather than disputing this or deliberating this as part of a standalone rate case proceeding, this should be the purview of public debate and, in my opinion, a legislative matter.
How long have we been debating this issue, Mr. Elliott?
I believe that this is has been a public policy debate for a period of time. I'm not familiar with the inception, but I am generally familiar, although not with all the details, that there is pending piece of legislation contemplating this very matter.
On page 18, lines 16 through 19, you talk about lines being drawn in the sand for those who qualify and those who do not. Do you see that?
I do.
With tariffs, aren't there always lines in the sand? For example, on your secondary service large, those are only for customers who contract for not less than 50 kilowatts, and there's not really a meaningful difference between 49 kilowatts and 51 kilowatts.
So there are lines drawn in the sand, but those are informed by robust cost of service study, which witness Ramal testified to in this case. The point that I'm making here is that there could be an unintended outcome to the extent that this was only applicable to LIHEAP customers. And I also address further potential unintended consequences in my settlement rebuttal testimony. What I'm referring to here is that those customers just beyond 150% of federal poverty or at 61% of state median income, those customers may end up paying for this without the opportunity to participate and benefit from the program.
But again, don't we have to draw a line in the sand somewhere?
Yes, we do, and I would recommend a robust study to do so.
I'd like to, let me back up. So for at least the past two rate cases, CAC has raised the affordability of low-income customer bills. Are you generally aware of that?
I wasn't a witness in the prior rate case, but I'll take your word for it.
So AES has had plenty of time to do studies, right?
So as I indicate in my testimony, both my rebuttal testimony as well as my settlement rebuttal testimony, I think it is wise to look at this very carefully and also consider the perspective of multiple stakeholders in public policy debate. So it's not just the responsibility of AES Indiana to move forward with this. I think it's responsible for this to be debated publicly.
So AES does support the legislation putting forward low-income affordability programs, is that right?
I'm not familiar with the company's specific position on the legislation as drafted and amended. I personally am pleased that it is a topic of consideration at the legislature.
Thank you. Page 19 of your rebuttal, starting at line 18. Witness Inskeep throughout his testimony uses the phrase utility affordability crisis. Do you have any comments on this? And then you respond with an AI overview, is that right?
That's correct.
So that's an artificial intelligence overview, right?
Yes, as it's a large language model.
And that was Google, right?
That's correct.
So you Googled, is there a utility affordability crisis in Indiana, right?
That's correct.
And then you put forward figure ZE-4R, right?
I did, which is on page 21.
Do you think this is a reliable source upon which to base your sworn testimony for the commission?
Large language models specifically are designed to take a large amount of text and to summarize it into key points.
I have the cross exhibit, and just to save time, I'll go through it, but if I can provide it if need be. Is it your understanding that major search engines, including AI Overview, increasingly prioritize websites that you visit frequently?
I'm not specifically familiar with that, no. A large language model takes large bodies of text and summarizes it. And so what I am demonstrating here is that when reviewing a large body of text throughout the state of Indiana, the vast majority points back to Citizens Action Coalition's website and the language that CAC uses on the web.
When was CAC established, do you know?
I don't recall the specific year. It's the early 80s.
1974.
Okay, I was off base.
So we've been around for 52 years commenting on utility affordability issues. Were you aware of that?
I am generally familiar with that, yes.
So it's really not that surprising that our work comes up on a website when you are Googling, is there a utility affordability crisis in Indiana, right?
So if you go back and refer to the specific references that are shown in figure ZE4R, those are recent posts.
So let's look at ZE4R. Middle of that, there's a reference to AARP, but you didn't mention that in your testimony, right?
I infer that when I discuss the number of references to CAC's website on the subsequent pages.
So it sounds like your testimony is that because you Googled, is there a utility affordability crisis in Indiana, and CAC material came up, there must not be one. Is that what your testimony is trying to demonstrate?
My testimony is multifold. The share of wallet analysis is the company's, is my analysis demonstrating the affordability trend compared to median income over time. This is one of several considerations that the company provided as it relates to affordability in this case. So it is part, but not all, of my testimony. I am simply referring to the fact that the words utility affordability crisis, which saw significant media attention, warrant review. And that was, this is my attempt to review whether or not there is a crisis at hand in addition to the share of wallet analysis that I conducted.
Did you listen to Governor Braun's State of the State?
Parts of it.
Are you aware he brought up utility affordability within the first, couple minutes of his speech?
I am familiar with that. In my settlement rebuttal testimony, I address some of that. The company, utilities in the state of Indiana, are required to follow prevailing law and rules. I recognize, the company recognizes that there's a lot of media attention, a lot of public attention on affordability, generally speaking, and on utility affordability more specifically. But at the end of the day, we have to follow prevailing public policy, not necessarily public policy positions that are not yet codified into law.
You have to follow the policy, but you don't have to argue so vociferously against whether or not there's an affordability issue, right?
Well, affordability, as I discuss, is not so easy to define. It's a subject of debate in this case, unlike a reliability metric, for example, that has an industry standard. there is no industry standard to measure affordability. And so in my testimony and throughout testimony of other witnesses in this cause, we demonstrated through the evidence here how we considered affordability. The share of wallet analysis is one part of that.
So when the legislature has enacted the 5 pillars of public policy, including affordability as one of those pillars, again, they've taken up this year new legislation to specifically address utility affordability. And our governor is specifically calling out utility affordability. Is your testimony still that there is not an issue with utility affordability?
The share of wallet analysis that I present here demonstrates that the relationship between average bills over a long period of time, beginning in 2012 through the forecasted period of this case, has remained relatively stable, and the overall trend line is slightly declining. So again, I think it depends on how we define affordability. My testimony here tries to come at that from a few different perspectives. I recognize that there is ongoing public policy debate. To the extent that new laws are enacted, the company will adhere to those.
Your affordability analysis, your share of wallet, didn't look at below at lower incomes, right?
No, we do not have that data.
Thank you. On page 23 of your rebuttal, lines 5 through 8, when you're talking about infrastructure costs, are you talking about TDSIC?
TDSIC would be one of many. We invest in generation, transmission, distribution equipment across the service territory governed by a number of cases.
Was the TDSIC legislation a utility-led effort?
I can't speak to that.
On page 25 of your rebuttal, lines 19 through 20, you criticize seemingly the individual's sincerity in sending in comments since they used a template. Is that right?
I'm not questioning the sincerity. I'm simply pointing out the fact that the vast majority of the 6,800 comments followed a template.
There were hundreds of individuals that also attended the field hearing, taking time out of their schedules to attend for hours. Have you ever seen that many at a field hearing before?
So I was at 3 of the 4 field hearings and recognize many of the challenges throughout the service territory. Yes.
You generally criticize CAC for educating the public about utility bills. Are you saying that people shouldn't know what is happening or have the right to understand what's happening on their bills?
Can you clarify the first part of that question for me when you say that what are you referring to in my testimony where I criticize CAC's education?
Well, it seems like we have testimony throughout this case. We had Mr. Rogers talking about, we have your testimony here on about the templates and about the customer comments. So and then you did an AI Google search saying that when there's a utility affordability crisis in Indiana, it's just because CAC's has that on our website. Is that what your testimony is trying to demonstrate?
So I took issue with the word crisis. And when we consider affordability, we have to consider that for current customers, for future generations, and across the entirety of the service territory. You could certainly get me to agree that there are individual customers within the service territory that struggle significantly, which is why the company offers a number of the programs that I referenced further and referenced throughout my testimony. So I can't disagree with you that certain individuals are really struggling. But we have to design rates, we have to invest in infrastructure, we have to balance all 5 pillars, including reliability, resilience of our system, and stability of our system.
Is 25, on average, 25% of your customers not being able to pay their bills on time? That's not a crisis to you, sir?
So it's been very stable over time.
That's not my question. Could you please answer my question?
Well, as I refer to in my testimony, Marion County, which is the population of my analysis, has historically had median income levels approximately 20%, just shy of 20% lower than national averages. So Marion County, compared to national median income, is below average.
You think an additional $20 a month on a bill is significant?
For some individual customers, it very well could be.
You don't think for a lot of your customers it will be? At least the 25%, perhaps more?
Certainly for a number of customers struggling in our service territory, any increase can be challenging, which is why, again, we offer a number of programs for customers to stay current on their bill.
Again, we went over those payment plans, federal programs, and a debunked crisis funding for that AES no longer funds, right? Is that what you're referring to, those types of programs?
So Witness Peters in his testimony talks a lot about cost management. In Witness Davis Handy's original direct testimony, she goes through a number of offerings. I would disagree with your characterization of debunked or defunct. That program exists today and helps customers, the Power of Change program. We offer a robust assortment of energy efficiency programs. In fact, we do, not quite, but almost double the amount of energy efficiency than the other IOUs on average compared to our retail sales. So the company takes affordability very seriously. My testimony is that some of these issues are very complex. Some of them require significant public policy debate. Some of them require a diverse set of perspectives.
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you. We will wrap it up for the day, so we will continue the hearing out to tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Thank you.